running from the 4-foot criminal. I wanna see a lunatic is finalize his hold on me, and I wanna just put some lyrics there. Head rush, see I'm out on the lam without a single accusation, though I know I'm to blame, and I feel closer to the edge of myself. Health, wealth, and happiness are clouding over. Discover that when I breathe out and gaze down on these ruins of broken hearts and unhurt bodies, I'll begin to discern that if I leave these things that I learned as a child, begin to spiral in a cycle that will never recover another. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless unknown. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me, and soon she'll arrive and she's gonna bring you to your knees. Turn away from those eyes, cause you know she only ever leaves. Pray you won't stay the same, hold fast to those memories. When the clock strikes 12, you'll begin to delve beyond despair, or so it seems, so it seems. And everything will be fine, probably. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless unknown. Yeah, I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic is finally lost his hold on me, and
All right. We are here. We are live. It is day 9, game 9 of the 2024 World Chess Championship. Membrane Potential is in the chat. Cat Jam. I think actually, now that I think about it, maybe the intro song is probably about a cat, because the chorus describes running away from a 4-foot criminal. And that actually makes sense. Yeah. Maybe the entire song is actually just about a cat. I would believe it. Anyway, welcome. It is going to be an exciting day today. Day 9, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have, let's take a look, Gukesh with the white pieces. Yes, it is Gukesh with the white pieces today. It's going to be a very exciting day. We're going to see, no doubt, Gukesh coming up with something hopefully special. We've seen some real surprises in the opening. And one thing for sure is that even though we've had some draws, quite a few draws since the opening 3 games where we had a couple of decisive results, since then, it's just been draws, but no one can complain about how exciting these games have been. They have been the most exciting draws I would probably say I've ever seen in my life. It's been really, really fun. And a big part of that is because of the fact that players have been deviating out of box so early on. So I think hopefully we can see that again today, which would be absolutely sensational. So as usual, to kick things off, we're going to take a listen to Magnus Carlsen's take on yesterday's game, and then we're going to take a look at the front page of Reddit as well as Polymarket. Let's jump into it without any further ado. Oh, I should just mention the thumbnail. For those of you who are unfamiliar with today's reference, we have The Office, Dwight Schrute with Michael Gary Scott, and Ding I thought would be a good Asian Dwight, and Gukesh would make kind of a good Indian Michael. So it worked out really well, I think. And yeah, I actually really feel like Ding's sort of missing a trick here with this ensemble, the glasses, the mustard colored shirt. I think that would suit him. I don't know. Maybe he'll show up in our next game dressed this way. It would be pretty cool. The real ones in the chat, welcome to you. Nice to have you. And also Membrane Potential, we've got some familiar faces. And before we jump into Carlsen's take on yesterday's game, don't forget to vote. We have 3 votes in already. Who will win today? Ding, Gukesh, or a draw? Those are your options. Let's take a listen to what Magnus has to say.
And he's going for the win with a rook less.
Is Gukesh showing some fierce confidence here?
This is unbelievable.
Oh, we can see from the footage, Ding leaning back.
One of those very scary black pawns has been taken off the board. Now Ding can end this game by trading the queens.
We see the handshake in Singapore. Game 8 is a draw. The world champion and his challenger are finally putting on a show in Singapore. They are still tied after 8 games in the World Chess Championship match, but game 8 was a thriller. Welcome everyone to the Take post-game show, and let's bring in our very first pundit who's been chilling on the beach today. Magnus Carlsen, this must have been a great game to be entertained by on the beach.
Yeah, you know what? This was the first time that I actually watched any video during the games. So like this was the first day that I had time to like follow it a lot live, so that was very enjoyable. And there was I tuned in at a moment when you were asking about emojis and Hammer went put like an alien emoji on our rook on E4, so that was quite funny, and he had like this really bemused look, and then but you guys were getting into it, and it was a lot of fun to watch.
It was a lot of fun to watch game 8. And let's also bring in pundit number 2, Levi Rosman. How are you doing today, Levi?
I'm great. I remember when you first showed me emoji chess back in Paris in September, and I'm a teenager at heart. So the first one I thought of is where are we going to put the peach and the eggplant? I will let the chat break that down. But yeah, Kaya, today was a great game. The last 2 games have been like a real boxing match. A lot of back and forth action. The last 2 games have been the most exciting and interesting, I would say, of the match. So you can't ask for much more.
Exactly. And we actually did have a boxing glove emoji on the board today as well. Before we jump into the game and go through the thriller of game 8, I want to show you something from the press conference. Let's hear what Ding and Gukesh said right after the game.
But today during the game, I didn't realize I was winning at some point. Yeah, I think he missed some important details. Let me get back to the game. Before that, he would totally outplay me again. And actually, I didn't feel so much nervous during the game. I just feel uncomfortable out of the opening.
Yeah, actually, this position where I didn't repeat, I didn't think I was in much danger. So, I mean, I always thought with this weak king and my strong pawn on b3, I should have played. I thought maybe even I might have some chances, but okay.
But okay, says Gukesh. So let's go into the game where Ding says he is uncomfortable out of the opening. Gukesh's team able to surprise Ding again. Magnus, what did you think out of the opening?
Yeah, it was very, very interesting. It's not an opening I'm an expert on by any means, but Peter was at some point watching the Sessa analysis, and it's said this weird line where Gukesh takes back with the knight and then moves his F pawn, which was like quite clearly the top line of Sessa. And I told Peter, like, that's a bit weird. People usually take back with the queen, develop the knight to a more natural square. And Peter was like, yeah, Gukesh is going to play knight e7 and f6. Like, he just seems to know everything in these, even in like slightly offbeat. Like, I'm guessing like this is one of the sort of more popular variations of the English opening, which Ding, after all, does play quite a bit, so it's not that shocking. But still, first of all, it's impressive the preparation he's found. And also, I love the concept. You just give up a bishop, but you just build this like very, very harmonious center. Also, because the bishop is not there, you have a little bit more space for your remaining pieces. And yeah, I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of what he did once again. The job that I did watch the press conference, and I did notice that Gukesh did thank his team after the game today, and he should, because they're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, it was after this moving the pawn, that he said what's part of his opening prep, and he said a big thank you to his team. So amazing opening work by Team Gukesh here, Levi.
For sure. I was able to take a look at this position as it was going on. This type of approach was played actually by the Greek Grandmaster Theodorou, the one who just recently gave Fabiano Caruana his only loss in the US Masters tournament. Fabi then won with 8 out of 9. But yeah, Theodorou has played like this. Theodorou actually plays a lot of very interesting ideas with black. He's quite well prepared. Some might know him as the legendary Kriari, who has played Hikaru in some thousands of online blitz games. Yeah, I was also actually quite interested in the opening because I myself had to prepare. If we back up to this like bishop b4 just on the second move against the legendary Pia Kramling, Magnus gave me some advice for that match. She plays this line, and I found it very annoying to deal with, to be honest. Like it's really not a bad line and leads to some super interesting positions. So if anybody's looking for an English weapon, an anti-English weapon, I should say, bishop b4, bishop b7 seems to be very reliable.
Okay. Should we move forwards then? When do we get out of the opening here? When does Gukesh as well start thinking? When is he out of his prep?
No, but this is the interesting part. I feel like we leave the opening very early.
I'm sorry about that.
That's what made the last two games very interesting, that we're basically getting right into the middle game, and not to be not to be the dead horse. This is why I advocate for playing freestyle at a longer time control, because you do get these sorts of interesting games basically every single time. And you get a position for Ding where I imagine he can't have been too unhappy about it. Yes, Gukesh is evidently really prepared and he has a nice harmonious position, but on Ding's side, like you're feeling like, well, I cannot be worse, obviously, and I have a bishop pair. I have a ton of different plans. I have so much to look forward to, honestly. Um, so yeah, I mean, we're basically getting right into the middle game. Ding mentioned in the press conference that he had ideas like grabbing space on the queen side immediately, and then he was like, "Well, I'm just gonna castle," which I think was very relatable for a lot of amateurs as well. This sort of, should I do this? No, I'm just gonna do the most obvious thing.
Can
Here's
confirm
a
that.
Here's a little tidbit. Sorry to cut you off, Kaya. Yeah, Magnus, you're saying this is already kind of like a bit like freestyle chess. So it turns out that on the Lichess database, 1 in 6 billion games reach this position.
Whoa.
So this is the second one. There you go. How about that for a statistic?
Yeah, that's mind
Take
blowing.
that for data.
Yeah. So
Wow.
yeah, and then I mean, yeah, obviously, I actually I was recording, the Gotham recap, and I said, to me, this was the most interesting game so far of the match. Like yesterday was very fascinating, but yesterday Ding forced the issue very early in the opening, and today it felt like play could have gone a million different directions. I mean, we could really analyze every move for like 5 to 10 minutes, but I don't know if we want to do that. So I don't know. What's the next critical moment in your opinion, Magnus?
Yeah, let's jump a few moves ahead when Ding went through this plan with moving the knight and then pushing his F pawn. So there were tons of ways for White to play. Like he could have gone for D4 at any moment, put the knight on E. When the knight goes on E1, he could potentially go to D3 as well. But it's mainly about which pawn break do you want to go for as White. Do you want to go for F4, or do you want to go for D4? Because even though your bishops are really good and you're exerting some pressure on the center, you still want to challenge the black center with not only with pieces but with pawns at some point. And the line that Ding went for, like it looked to me it just felt really risky. Because Gukesh's play is so harmonious and Ding's pieces are sort of scattered around. Yes, he does have potential. He has the bishop pair and he has a large preponderance of pawns in the center, so it's not like he has nothing to hope for, but things can also it can also go wrong, and playing against somebody like Gukesh who's so good at calculating. Like it feels like you can blunder something at any moment. So this was, I would say, like an encouraging sign for Ding that he goes for something that's a bit risky once again early in the game. But I wasn't sure it was a great choice stylistically.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I if we want to just, because like I said, there's so many fascinating moments to analyze. I will say f4 was possible, d4 was possible, playing it slower was possible. Ultimately, though, it's sort of a perfect position for Gukesh because Ding has to burn a lot of time to ultimately choose a plan, and yet Gukesh still managed to outplay him and managed to get to a really great position. I actually said Gukesh probably the 20 moves past the opening until the 25th move. We don't have to just sort of rush there, but I felt like it was the best 20 move stretch of any of the players in the entire match.
Wow.
He played well and fast. And Magnus, feel free to disagree and say that he could have. I mean, I will obviously defer to you, but it felt like he was playing great practical chess. And suddenly, like, something shifted. But we can go slower to that point, too.
Yeah, I would say that first of all, his preparation was good, and after that, like you said, there were choices, but he was at the very least keeping it quite fast. I think like he didn't do anything special in those moves, so I'm not gonna. I wouldn't necessarily agree that he was his best stretch. I think yesterday's stretch was better because those moves were harder to find, and they also brought him more of an edge. But let's jump quite far ahead actually to the moment where Ding plays his move Rook to B1. A lot of things could be said about those moves earlier, but the balance wasn't like seriously disturbed at any point. There's still this situation where Ding, as I said, like has a preponderance of pawns in the center, but his pieces are less coordinated, um, and he has several weak pawns that he has to attend to. So uh, let's go before this move. Um, yeah, so here the balance hasn't really been disturbed at all, and for all the sort of praise you can heap on Gukesh, like Ding is also he's gotten himself a fine position. Um, it's all good, but it's
All right, folks, let's take a little bit of a breather there from Carlson. We might circle back to that if we have time, but I would like to head over to Reddit and take a look at some of the most upvoted posts on the front page of Reddit. I've saved a couple of them and we can go through them together. This is just a bit of a reminder, almost, this post over here. Prime Ding at the 2019 Singfield Cup. He defeated Magnus in tiebreaks and won the tournament. That at that time, Ding was just an absolute force in the chess world. He was playing incredibly competitive chess, and obviously he's not at the same level as he was there, but we are seeing some glimmers, right, of that kind of level of play during this year's World Chess Championship. And the question is he going to be able to kind of find a full return to that form? And if so, there's no reason why he can't make a little bit of an upset in this year's World Chess Championship, but we'll see. Moving on, Anish's reply, Anish Giri replying to evaluation watchers, Gukesh not giving in to the Stockfish gaslighting. Overall, I think I'm playing really well the last few games. Yeah, and this is something we've spoken about a little bit, especially before these matches where people, are very quick to point out what the evaluation bar is doing, but they don't have a very good sense of how easy it is to find some of these moves. And especially when we have a situation where you have to find like a long sequence of moves in order to realize that advantage. It's one thing just looking at what Stockfish says, but it's another thing having real practical chances when you're actually playing this without knowing what the engine's saying. And yeah, that's something that I guess we acknowledge, even though I'm one of those people that's definitely watching the evaluation bar, probably more than most. Good thing to be aware of. This is interesting. This is from that interview. I think we can actually take a listen to this because this gives us a bit of insight into Magnus's perspective. This is later on, I think, in the interview that we watched just moments ago.
Gukesh made that on move 40.
Uh-huh.
Because now Ding has done the right thing. He's made it to move 40, but
Mm-hmm.
still an objectively winning advantage. Like those who check Sesta during the games, like they will see that. His advantage was objectively very, very big still. And it was like, I don't know, 1.5 on sun depth, which I think has to correspond to winning position, even though I didn't check it in depth. Apologies to those who did. But here, he spends no time on moving the queen back. Like, honestly, like, yeah, I know there are all sorts of reasons why you want to do this, but this is weak sauce. I don't know.
Yeah, so I thought that was quite interesting from Carlson, saying that again, Ding should have played on. This is weak sauce. He shouldn't have gone for the threefold repetition. White has an advantage here. And he also goes on to describe Gukesh's response to this and not accepting the draw in a worse position for black as also particularly dubious, we'll say. Let's take a listen.
This was not a great moment. And then, of course, we have the one moment which we will remember this game for, I think, more than anything else. And I've said in the past that a chess player should be somewhere between optimistic and delusional in their assessments. And this clearly was more on the delusional side for Gukesh, and he was kind of smiling about it afterwards that he felt that there was no danger, but maybe there was. Maybe in tactical terms, there wasn't a lot of danger. And honestly, like I think his position is okay, but he's still the one who has to save the draw. But this just shows some of the honestly, just disrespect that he's giving Ding. He just wants to. I don't know. He just wants to show him that. Well, I can just like play on in any position, and you're not gonna try and beat me.
Yeah, and I think this is also something we spoke about during yesterday's stream is how aggressive Gukesh is. You know, he really is not prepared to just play it safe. He knows that if someone's going to win, they're going to have to take risks. And I mean, obviously, Carlson understands this position much better than I do, but you know, we'll give him credit that even though he might have been leaning a little bit, as Carlson was saying, towards the delusional end of the spectrum in trying to play for something here. It's good to see, right? From a spectator's point of view, it's good to see that he's not giving up and he's not playing the same kind of game that Ding is playing, which is much more passive and conservative. And I think it does mean that we have a pretty exciting matchup. So yeah. Swastik 004 in the chat, welcome. Carlson is right. The level of play isn't just there in this World Chess Championship. Gukesh saying he's been playing well in comparison to the candidates. And anyone who says Ding is playing like his prime is coping too, for sure. Yeah. I think I agree with you, but out of the two, I would probably say that Gukesh is the one who, I mean, just from this decision that he's made to not accept the draw, and he's done this multiple times now, and to carry on playing and to search for something, especially in a position where you're actually worse with the black pieces, is definitely a good sign if you're a spectator and you're wanting some kind of definitive result. We're not going to see, you know, super boring games if this is the mindset that Gukesh has got. And especially today with the white pieces, I think we're hopefully going to see something special from him as well. All right, so this is just the players shaking hands at the end of yesterday's game. Hikaru on Ding's chances. I don't think any human player, even Magnus, could prove this is a serious advantage. So in this particular position, Hikaru is saying that this is very difficult, even though the engine says, okay, you know, white is +1, nearly +1 here. It's very difficult to actually convert this. And I take Hikaru on his word, you know, he's like, I think the third best player in the world. He would understand the practical chance of winning this position with white. So yeah, that is interesting. again, we have a situation where a lot of people are looking at the engine expecting an easy conversion, but as was the case yesterday, and I think in the game before as well, similarly, advantages emerging for both players, but just very difficult to convert those advantages. So hopefully we'll see something a little bit more concrete today. And the last post, before we head over to the live coverage, I am tired of people comparing engine play to undermine the players. People are using engine evaluations to say that players don't deserve to be there is ridiculous. Stockfish rating is 3,800, 1,000 elo more than any human. I mean, that's really insane. Like the difference between, say, like me, I'm like 2,000, and Magnus Carlsen is the same difference between Magnus Carlsen and the best engine. It's kind of frightening when you think of it that way. Is, yeah, just like a completely different level altogether. You're comparing the play of Stockfish to chess players. It's like comparing Magnus Carlsen and Alexandra Botes, for sure. A move that is obvious to Magnus will not be obvious to Alexandra. Similarly, an advantage obvious to Stockfish will not be obvious to Gukesh or Ding or any chess player. Stockfish calculates 20 million possibilities for every move. Yes, for every effing move. How can you use Stockfish insights to undermine human chess players? Yep, I agree in general this. I think, you know, we're comparing very, very strong chess players to engines. And I think that is inevitably going to happen when you're using the engine as a guide to see who's winning. But I guess, you know, the average person might not quite get a sense of how difficult some of these moves are to find. So yeah, we'll see. Hard disagree. Interesting. Membrane potential, what do you think about this? Gukesh isn't as glorious as the candidates, and Ding isn't as glorious as his prime. And in that way, they kind of make a perfect matchup. Even Anish Giri felt that the position was easy to draw for Gukesh. So yeah, I think there are probably some mixed opinions on this previous game. We will see if we have a similar situation today, but I've got a little bit of a feeling, an inkling, that we're going to see something more decisive in terms of an advantage. I'm hoping so. Gukesh playing with the white pieces today. So what we can do is, the one thing I haven't done before we continue is take a look at poly markets. Ding sitting at around 38% chance. It was 40% chance yesterday. Of course, he was playing with the white pieces, and now that he doesn't have the white pieces and he did not manage to win that, it was just a draw. His percentages have dropped slightly, but still considerably higher than they were at the start. Before the match started, just 23%, 24%. And now he's sitting at nearly 40%. So I think most people can agree it's probably closer to like 55-45 from this point towards the end. But of course, if either player win, this whole situation will change massively. So yeah, keep an eye on that. And the last thing we're going to do before we head over to the players, maybe a little bit of a look at some of the openings. Okay, so we do have Morris Ashley and Gukesh has just arrived as well, and expecting Ding to show up probably any second now. So as a reminder, today Gukesh has the white pieces. Ding's here, the players shake hands, and let's head over to some of the audio from this. Can take a listen to what Morris Ashley has to say in today's introduction. It's about to kick things off. So while we're waiting, should be reminded that we've had 8 games so far. This is the 9th game and the 5th time, I believe, that Gukesh has the white pieces. Before, he played the French defense
Ladies
twice.
and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to Game 9 of the FIDE World Championship, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel in the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa in beautiful Singapore. I'm Maurice Ashley, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the 2 players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Damaraju.
Woo, let's go.
And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren.
Heyo.
The match is currently tied at 4 points apiece. This game 9 is now the second game of the second half with only 5 games remaining. It's been a very exciting match indeed. And to make the ceremonial first move, we have, as always, a dignitary who will represent the home country of one of our challengers, from the challenger, I should say, from India. Dr. Shilpak Ambule joined the Indian Foreign Service in 2002 and spent 8 years in Beijing in the Indian Embassy working as third secretary, second secretary, and first secretary in the political wing and as chief of staff to the ambassador. He then served in the headquarters as deputy head of the East Asia Division and as the chief of staff of the Indian Foreign Secretary from January of 2015 to August of 2018. After a brief stint as Deputy High Commissioner of India in Colombo from August 2018 to July 2019, he returned to Delhi and served as Joint Secretary in the External Affairs Minister's Office until June of 2022. He took over as Joint Secretary in East Asia in June of 2022 and continued to hold the dual charge until July of 2023. Please welcome the High Commissioner of India to Singapore, Dr. Shilpak Ambule.
All right, he's going to make a move. Yes. I think that's E4.
And with that, let the game begin.
All right, folks, let's get this party started. We have the Queen's Pawn opening 1d4. Are we going to get another Queen's Gambit declined? Remember, game 3, Queen's Gambit declined by Gukesh. Okay, he's going for... This could be a Catalan if he plays g3. Yes, it looks like we've got g3 on the board from Gukesh. He's going for a Catalan. A little bit of a surprise because Queen's Gambit declined, which he played in game 3, he won. Right, so he has a good track record. He also played the French defense twice, but both of those were draw. Actually, the first French defense was a win for Ding, and the second one was a draw. And then we had the Grunfeld in game 7, and now game 9, he's actually started with what appears to be the Catalan. So, let's get this up on the analysis board. All right, we do have a Catalan on the board, and we have bishop to b4 with check, blocking with the bishop on d2. This is all known theory. Finally, d5 from Ding on the board. A lot of natural moves here. Knight to f3. Nothing too surprising out of the opening so far. Both players playing this opening pretty quickly. I can keep some of the audio from the table. I don't know how much that enhances the experience. There was a moment where the engine, the board hadn't quite registered that it was castles yet. So we have castles, castles. Still no surprise. C6, very popular move here, just supporting the d5 pawn. Would make a lot of sense. Other moves that you could play here, knight b to d7. b6 is a move, actually, with the intention of, I guess, putting the bishop on a6 or b7. And I guess today's question, you know, we haven't really had a game where we've had a very, very long sequence of theory, except for that London, I believe, that Ding was playing with the white pieces. That was quite a long sequence of moves, but there was a portion of that opening that kind of played itself that didn't really require huge amounts of calculating. There was kind of just one path forward. And the question I have for today is, are we going to see another long line of theory here? And at what point are we going to see some kind of novelty from Gukesh? It might be much deeper into this game than we've seen before. Still 4,000 games that have reached this position on move 8. Queen to c2, very natural move. And now we can expect maybe b6. Remember, part of the problem in these types of positions is black's light square bishop needs to find some way of getting out now that you've kind of trapped it in by playing e6. E6 is a very kind of counterintuitive move that you see in a lot of these types of openings where you're playing with the black pieces and you actually trap your bishop. And I remember doing some study on these types of positions and trying to understand why it is that black would actually intentionally play this way, knowing that you're just removing so many options for your light square bishop. But the idea is quite simple. It's just that b6 needs to be a move that is played at some point to be able to play a move like bishop to b7 or bishop to a6, just getting that piece out. And bishop to a6 is also quite a useful place to push to put the light square bishop, because you're exerting pressure along this diagonal. Other moves, yeah, like we said, developing the knight. We can play a5 even. a5 would be sort of more of a surprise for Ding to play. b6 immediately, Swastik 004 suggests. Right now, yeah, b6 is a fine move. Just opening things up. We don't have b6. Instead, Ding opts to move the knight. We're going to get a very quick reply from Gukesh as well, so let's see exactly how he follows up. All right. Knight b to d7. And a very, very quick response from Gukesh, which suggests that we're still in a situation where Gukesh is in preparation. He's not taking any time. He's played rook to d1. Still over 1,000 games in the database at this point, move 9. Stands to reason that unless something incredibly complicated happens, we're not going to see the same kind of time trouble that we've seen before. But still, a lot to happen out of this opening. Okay, bishop to c3. Now. Bishop to c3. Okay. This is Gukesh's plan. Alright, he's revealed his hand, and this is the move. Bishop to c3 is not the expected continuation, and I think, again, we're going to see a situation where Ding is going to have to go deep into thought in order to account for this move, which might be a bit of a surprise. 1,000 games in this position. We just move that bishop to c3. Suddenly it's just 11 games. And the novelty comes here on move 10 for Gukesh. The most common reply here, bishop to b7. Also quite a natural move. And then knight b to d2. Yeah, so the bishop on c3, of course, it's now supporting the d4 pawn. But it's quite curious. I think we'll get a better idea of the intention behind this little quiet maneuver with the bishop as the game progresses. I wonder if part of it is just kind of discouraging any early pawn breaks from black without compromising these queenside pawns, right? So basically you could do the same thing by playing b3 and then bishop to b2, getting the bishop along this diagonal. But it's possible that for the time being, white would like to preserve the pawn structure on the queen side. And you can do that by, instead of playing b3, just playing bishop to d2, bishop to c3. And also, I think maybe following up with knight to d2, we have some potential ideas at some point of playing e4, trying to break through. Yeah, what do you guys think about this move? Bishop to c3. It's quite interesting. Ding can play bishop to a6 immediately. It's not the top 3 engine moves, but it'll throw Gukesh off. So you said bishop to a6 right now. Okay. Bishop to a6. Yeah, you're right. So this isn't a bad move at all. And what does bishop to a6 achieve? Well, it kind of serves to put pressure on this diagonal. It would help if the rook was sort of still on f1, but still a fine move. Obviously, the most immediate threat is you're threatening to capture on c4. So now we can play b3. Supporting. And what's interesting here, let's take a look at this. So, for example, you take in the center, b takes c4. Yeah, I was saying bishop takes c4. Knight to e5. Ah, knight to e5 is the threat. So this is kind of cool. Already we're starting to see some tricks emerging out of the opening. So if we take a look at the big board here, Swastik 004 was suggesting bishop to a6, right? Attacking the c4 pawn. So we defend, but it's still being attacked twice by the pawn and the bishop. So what happens if you take, capture with the bishop, right? Now you're like, ha, black's up a pawn, happy days. There is a very frustrating move. Knight to f4. A knight to f4 unleashing the power of the bishop on g2. I've said that so many times because this bishop has been placed on g2 so many times in this year's World Chess Championship. And the idea is you're attacking the bishop. It's a problem. And if you take, so for example, takes, there's quite a bit of trouble here because you've got this attack on this loose pawn and your knight's hanging. And your queen's also hanging, which is probably the most important thing here. So the only thing that you can really do is to block everything and jump into the center, knight to d5. But then, of course, I follow up with e4. And yeah, black's cooked. So beware the poison pawn. Beware the poison pawn. That's why instead of takes rook to c8. Oh yeah, rook to c8 for black here. Yes. And this kind of defends this weak pawn, but the engine still doesn't like it. Bishop just has to... okay, this bishop goes to b2. Yeah, and I guess it makes sense. White has a strong command of the center. And you've kind of wasted a little bit of time playing bishop to ace, or capturing at least. It's almost like you're burning another tempo for black because it's quite easy to defend, provided that you don't fall for the fact this pawn is poisoned. So, yeah, we almost certainly won't see this, but we might see bishop to a6 still from Ding. Bishop to a6 is fine. It's just this situation where taking doesn't quite work out. And also the other thing that's worth noting is that black is giving up the center. As soon as this strong d5 pawn is gone, there's no replacing it, and that's why black would be better served in waiting for white to capture, just to keep control of the center, especially the e4 square, which black's knight could jump into potentially. And that's kind of a curious question which we haven't explored. What happens if you play knight to e4 here right now? Knight to e4, knight to e5. Knight takes e5, and you can actually capture on e4 with your bishop first. Wow. Knight takes c4. Okay. Got the bishop pair. Black is quite a strong... but now we just take with check. Regaining that pawn. King to h8, only move, and then bishop to d3. Oh, you just retreat the bishop, of course. You're going to get trapped if you're not careful. And then bishop to d6. Oh, that was the next move. Wow. Bishop to d... Oh, sorry. Knight to d6. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so this could be a conceivable line if the knight jumps in. But already, this is the kind of thing that happens when you make a small change to a position. And you throw in the novelty. Bishop to c3. I think the moves prior to that Gukesh was playing so quickly, it was almost certain that he had something in store. He had some tricks up his sleeve. The real one's back. Shivam Shah is also in the chat. Welcome, guys. I was thinking at the end of yesterday's stream, what was the opening? I'll go through it in a sec. I was thinking at the end of yesterday's stream that, you know, even though we've had like a bit of a smaller community, you know, I'm not like any of the massive streamers streaming to like, you know, hundreds of thousands of people or anything. I've really, really enjoyed getting to know you guys. You guys are all hilarious. I feel like I know each one of you in like a unique way. And if I had to meet you somehow, we would have something in common. So thanks, guys, for the support. It's been really, really fun. And I don't think I would have had it any other way. If, for example, streaming to a huge audience would have meant not getting to know you guys a little bit better. So, okay, enough of that. Things just got way too sentimental. So yeah, I'm never sharing my feelings ever again. But yeah, honestly, thanks for joining. Okay, so the real one says, what was the opening? Let's take a look. Yeah, so we started off Queen's Pawn opening and we had a Catalan characterized by this G3. And this is sort of like, what is it described as? Queen's Gambit decline, but the Catalan opening. So we've got the signature tension in the center of the Queen's Gambit, but then the characteristic fianchettoed bishop, castling kingside. And yeah, everything was basically straightforward out of the opening. We didn't have any massive shocks up until this move here, where Gukesh played bishop to c3. And bishop to c3 was the first novelty. So up until this point, 1,000 games had been played, and of those 1,000 games, we only had 11 games where white chooses to play bishop to c3. So Gukesh has clearly done a lot of work in this line, and we find ourselves in the same situation over and over and over again, where Gukesh is more prepared than Ding. Of course, we're kind of expecting that when he's playing with the white pieces, but we did see it yesterday as well. And I think there's continuous pressure on Ding out of the opening. It must be just frustrating when you know this Indian wunderkind, you know, he's just been working so hard, studying relentlessly in order to try and get some kind of edge out of the opening. And although he's just struggled to convert, and Ding has been on the back foot for the majority of the last few games. Okay, there have been some exceptions, like in yesterday's game. At least out of the opening. But yeah, Ding is going to have to spend some serious time considering what to do next. It can't be automatic because of the fact that this bishop to c3 move must have come as a big surprise. Bishop to c3 makes Ding thinking. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Gukesh has used just over a minute, and Ding approaching 17 minutes on move 10. What does the engine say out of curiosity? Bishop to a6. Credit where credit's due. Bishop to a6 was one of the suggestions that we looked at. And now we can just respond with... You can actually move back with your knight. That's interesting. You can play knight... Ooh, that's quite clever. Instead of playing knight b to d2, instead we can actually play knight f to d2. And what's the difference between these two positions? I guess this... playing this way has the bishop on g2 also guarding the e4 square, sort of further discouraging because there's so much heat on that square. So let's say d takes c, and now a4, because this pawn is still, you know, we can't do too much with it yet. Oh, this is interesting actually. Earlier we looked at b3, and now takes is not such a good idea because b takes, and if you capture here, we have knight to e5. But there's a difference when we defend this pawn with knight to d2. So actually probably better just to play b3. So some of these issues, of course, when we play knight to d2, this move is no longer a threat. Knight to e5 can't be played, of course, because the knight's no longer on f3. So let's play bishop to a6, knight to d2, d takes c, and now your counterplay with the white pieces of giving this pawn comes with a4. I guess part of the idea is just preventing this situation. Yeah, it's a classic gambit type setup where you give your opponent a pawn with a hope that if they try to hold on to it, it's going to create some structural issues on the queen side. And at some point, you're expecting that you're going to be able to recapture on c4. Not immediately, but at some point. c6 is hanging. Yeah. So that's the issue with this line of a6. If we play b3, then we can make knight to e5 happen. Yeah, it just gets complicated for black. But it's important for Gukesh. He needs to be able to play b3. But it would not surprise me if we see another situation where Ding spends a lot of time thinking, makes a move, and then Gukesh just like immediately knows the answer. It's like he's taken a quiz, but he's memorized all the answers, and Ding is trying to figure out the answers on the fly. That's the kind of advantage that you're talking about. And obviously, as the game progresses, and Gukesh gets further and further out of his preparation, we start seeing that advantage kind of disappears. But it might be the case that it's too late, especially if Gukesh can build up momentum out of the opening. Karen OP, welcome to you. Then you can take c6 now. All right, the knight is on f3. Yeah. So are you talking about this line where we have the bishop to a6? We played b3, takes, bishop takes, and then the knight jumps into e5. I guess, what else? Can you even play... No, you can't. This looks messy. I was thinking maybe you could block with a bishop and play bishop to d5, but I think that walks straight into e4 if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look. Yeah, e4. Engine hates that. And of course, it's being attacked twice. It's being defended twice. The best thing you can actually go for here is to capture on e... Oh, wait, hold on. Capture on e5 first. E takes d. Oh, no, you actually e takes d, not d takes e. And then knight to g6. Just this knight moving back. Then just capture on c6 or e6. E6 is even better. E6 makes sense. Because you have to capture back. You've got this isolated pawn, and then you can, at the end of it, can you not capture here? Rook to c8. So actually the engine doesn't like just picking up this pawn. Oh, I see why. Okay. Then you move back. Doesn't really matter. I mean, you are defending here plenty. You just need to move your queen out of the way and you'll be okay. Anyway, this is better for white. So all Gukesh has to do if we do see bishop to a6 on the board is just simply push b3. And white will be perfectly fine here. No problems at all. All right, if not bishop to a6, what else? Bishop to b7. Just playing a little bit more positionally, not trying to do anything too extreme out of the opening. And apart from that, just knight to e4. jumping in with your knight, which we also already spent a bit of time looking at. Now knight to e5. Again, putting pressure on c6. If knight takes e5, we just capture, oh wait, we capture the bishop on e4. Knight takes on c4 because this pawn's hanging, and then we capture on h7. We looked at this already. And then bishop to d3. We just move back with the bishop. And yeah, more or less even. But I guess what's a bit frustrating is that this bishop, I would actually like to get it back to g2. I guess maybe it's not so bad where it is now. And I suppose also white needs to start developing this final minor piece, get the knight out, and potentially chase away. So maybe b3 first, and then the knight has to go back to d6, and then develop your knight. Of course, if you develop your knight first, and then you play this, there might be some problem. No, probably not, actually. Yeah. I think this would come as a bit of a surprise. Knowing Ding, I kind of expect him actually just to play bishop to b7. So Sagnik Kandar is in the chat. Welcome to you. We do have a move on the board. Hey, and Ding has responded with the very solid bishop to b7. Oh my goodness, it's happening, guys. It is happening. Gukesh is not skipping a beat. Immediately plays knight to d2. He just knows. He literally knows. It's terrifying. And this is the engine's top move. I mean, this is incredible. Okay, Swastik 004 has a line that we could quickly look at. All right, so we started off with bishop to a6, b3, rook to c8, knight to e5, knight takes e5, d takes e5, knight to d7. Okay, knight to d7. Oh wait, knight to d7. And then what? Queen to b2, b5. b5. C takes D, C takes D. Okay, C takes D, C takes D. And then bishop to D4. A poison pawn. On A7. Ah, so this is kind of a poison pawn. Because if you take... B4 sacrificing. Oh, wow. B4 and then sacrificing this pawn. And if you take, then rook to C7. Wow. Bishop to D4 again. Queen to C8. Oh my goodness. Allowing infiltration with the bishop eyeballing on E2. Okay. This is quite a curious line for Ding. Unfortunately, we're not going to see it, but that is pretty awesome. Well spotted. Ah. All right, let's head back to the live game. Okay, so we have queen to c7 played after Gukesh very, very quickly played knight b to d2. And out of the openings, there is one game still. Just one game. Rook a to c1 played in that game. Also, I would say kind of a natural move. And then rook a to c8, kind of responding in kind. And I think we're starting to see that on the board. Let's take a look. Thanks for that line, Swastik 004. That was very cool. All right, let me know in the votes, guys. Who do you think is going to win today? Are we going to see Ding win? Are we going to see Gukesh win? Are we going to see a draw? Hopefully not a draw. Okay, so we have rook to c1, and it stands to reason that a move that Ding probably doesn't need to think too much about is rook a to c8. The real one says Ding. Got some Ding fans in the chat. got good representation, I'd say. Good representation on our stream. Maybe slightly less Ding supporters, but I can guarantee you guys, if Gukesh takes the lead, then yeah, I will definitely start being slightly more Ding friendly. All right, other options. I mean, it just seems like a completely normal response as to, okay, white's doubling up on the C file, maybe expecting things to open up at some point. If they do, it's important that you have some kind of control over the pressure that white's exerting on the C file by playing rook to C8. But if you don't, you can also play rook F to D8 instead. Both of these are fine moves. Achieving slightly different things, but I guess this rook is kind of just supporting the D5 pawn. And maybe if takes, he takes D, you probably don't want to play that right now. I wouldn't want to play that. Now you can actually play B4. Wow, that is very aggressive. That would be quite cool to see Gukesh play. He might have this. He might be aware that this move is possible. C5. Whoa. I hate these positions so much. These are like my least favorite positions to play because of the fact that with so many pieces on the board, it just feels like I have to spend so much time trying to calculate exactly where each move leads me, specifically just calculating all of the pawn takes and what ends up happening. There are like certain patterns that you sort of have memorized, but inevitably these types of decisions where there are multiple options of captures with pawns, they're pretty nuanced. Being an Indian, when my friends come to know I'm rooting for Ding, they are surprised. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh my gosh. They're like, what are you doing? Why are you a Ding supporter? So what started that, out of curiosity, Swastik004? Were you like supporting him during the previous World Chess Championship? I guess that would make sense, that like your first introduction to Ding is in that space, and then you're like, oh man, this guy's actually awesome. And then you just continue support. But yeah, I think I understand that, like, if I was in your position, I'd probably just support Gukesh. No, previously I was all for net, but what? Really? That is hilarious. Oh my gosh. Now I don't understand your rationale at all. That's so hilarious. But yeah, he won me over when he defeated Nepo. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. Ding's, he's got a heart of gold, it has to be said. I mean, both these guys do. They're both wonderful people. We don't really have the kind of John McEnroe's, you know, these extremely controversial figures in chess, except for Hans Demon. He's maybe an exception. And there are a couple of other people that are a little bit more outspoken, but Hikaru maybe is also more of a controversial figure. But I think it would be exciting for chess if we had more of that at the top level. Like if we had a grudge match in the World Chess Championship, that would be pretty epic. But neither of these guys, you know, they don't really have all of that going on. That would be the one thing I'd say about the World Chess Championship, if they build it more as like a fight. And you know, you think of like the Floyd Mayweather Conor McGregor bout, or the Mike Tyson Jake Paul thing. They really sell it. There's some showmanship before. They probably don't feel that way, but they know that they need to create something. There needs to be a real rivalry on paper, at least. So they kind of play that up, I guess, in a lot of the pre-match stuff. In chess, that doesn't really happen. You know, chess is much more sort of sensible game. And I kind of like that too. The fact that, you know, it's like what you see is what you get. The players are playing. They're playing to win. There's no doubt about that. But the personalities are such that you're not going to find these kind of outlandish characters, for better or for worse. we're still waiting on Ding to figure out what his plan is after rook to c1. Probably expecting him to move one of his rooks. H6 at least is also a move. H6 b3. Yeah, H6 just feels a little bit too passive. Like, what do you really achieve with H6? I mean, I guess I can't jump in now with my knight. And that is somewhat of a threat because of the fact that I've got the queen on c2. I mean, the most elementary mating threat in the history of mating threats. But of course, with the knight on f6, I can't really do anything. But maybe longer term, h6 first makes sense. I can see it. But I think a rook move and probably rook to c8 is what I'm expecting to play. All right, we've got 15 votes in. Ding with 40% of the votes. Gukesh with 47% of the votes. Okay, well, it's even more balanced than I thought. And then a draw 13%. Yeah, it's tight. People messing around with the votes now. You guys are fun. Oh, man. You love to see it. You simply love to see it. Sorry, I missed the starts. What we got here, Catalan says membrane potential. A little bit of a recap just for you. Yeah, Catalan is correct. We started off with d4. Classic Catalan setup, but the big surprise came over here. At this point, we had around 1,000 games in the database of Masters games that have been played. And then after c3, just 11 games. Bishop to c3 was the serious novelty from Gukesh. And since then, he's been absolutely firing out moves at speed. And we do have a move. We had one of the moves that we expected from Ding. He's going to move one of those rooks, but which one? So he plays rook f to d8. Yeah. Rook f to d8 was the next favored move for the engine. The first one being rook a to c8. And I guess it's quite telling now to see how long Gukesh is going to spend here, because obviously we get a sense of his preparation with how quickly he's moving. He has slowed down the last few moves. So if he takes a little bit more time here, it might be the case that he's starting to head into some unknown waters. The best move actually to play here is b4. You can go for b4 immediately. Really trying to clamp down on the queen side. I mean, b4, a4 in some cases would be quite exciting, quite ambitious. c5, which I mentioned before, I hate calculating these moves. I hope I'm not the only one. And now you're supposed to take on c5. B takes c, b takes c. D takes c, just removing all of the tension out of the center. And then I guess queen takes or knight takes. You can kind of have your pick. They're both about the same according to the engine. And then rook to b1 at the end of all of this. And I imagine there are some massive... Oh yeah, you can't... I mean, there's a threat here, right? You're threatening to play bishop to b4, and there's no way of back defending the bishop. So you're actually going to lose your queen. For example, if you play h6 here, it's like a huge disaster. You actually have to capture on b4 and give up your queen for a rook and a bishop. It's just a nightmare. So yeah, rook to b1 makes sense. And at the same time, you're threatening the bishop. So the queen just has to come back to c7. That kind of negates everything. But yeah, I don't think Gukesh really wants this, to be honest. This is a little bit too straightforward. So maybe b4, I don't know. b4, if the only way forward is to capture, I don't know if Gukesh will really fancy b4. Seeing as that it could lead to a bunch of forced exchanges in the center, and difficult to come out of this and say, oh, this is my advantage with white. Okay. Swastik 004 says, we are out of prep here. I believe so. I think just from the time that Gukesh has taken on the previous move and then on this move, I think you're 100% right. We're now in a situation where Gukesh is actually doing some work calculating and figuring out. Not even on the Lee Chess database. Wow. Wow. And remember the Lee Chess database, that is a huge. So the database I have is just master games, right? The highest level is on chess.com's database, but Lee Chess's database is like, is it billions of games? Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a mountain of data there. I have spent some time. Here's a little trick. If you want to improve your game, this is a thing. Go onto the Lee Chess database and say, like, whatever your rating is. Say your rating's 1,000. Go into the Lee Chess database and say, I want games, only games of players who are 1,000 or like between 800 and 1,200, say. And say, I just want those games. And then find the most popular line. And that way you can actually prepare against what the player pool is doing at those ratings. It's pretty awesome. So, for example, if they play like the fried liver, they'll show you the most common line that is played. And you can just use the engine, fire up the engine, and figure out how to defend against it. And as you move up in rating, you just do the same thing. You rinse and repeat, basically. Same pattern. Okay, now I'm, say, 1,400. 1,200 to 1,600. Take a look at the sample of openings that are most common. And for example, if you're an absolute beginner, you'll find that the most common openings are like, you know, Scholar's Mate type situation where they're trying to mate you in the opening moves. And then you say, okay, cool. I'm going to learn how to defend against that and how to play moves in a way that I come out of that with an advantage. So it's actually a really fun way of learning theory because you're catering it towards your opponent instead of just having the overwhelming feeling of like, oh, I have to learn all of the openings, which is irritating. So yeah, that would be my 2 cents. Lee Chess has, oh yeah, that's right. They have both the Masters database and a full database of games that have been played on Lee Chess. It's huge. It's enormous. Let's take a look. I missed a couple. Okay, knight to e5 is thematic in the Catalan, but pointless here, right? We were looking at knight to e5 earlier, but in that line, black had played bishop to a6 first. So let's take a look. What was the next move? All right, so yeah, knight to e5 now. We just continue with c5, and yeah, this knight really doesn't, it's not really achieving anything. You just have to take on d7, and then actually rook takes on d7. Yeah, it actually isn't doing anything. C takes d. Okay, c takes d, knight takes d5. Knight takes... And then knight takes d7, rook takes d7. Okay. Yeah. It's almost like if you're playing knight to e5, you're removing some of the potential that white has. Because it might also be the case that knight to e5 is a move, but just not right now. Like later on, especially if we can get rid of this irritating knight on d7, this would be fine. But yeah, this is actually quite a tricky position because of the fact that b4 is recommended. I think b3, that's the second favored move. But what I like about b3 is it keeps pieces on the board, it keeps the tension. There's still a lot of potential for both sides, and can do a little bit of a maneuvering around before you do anything committal with these pawns in the center. I also would like to play e4 at some point. e4 would be nice. But I think the problem is that I guess like black will still want to play c5, and part of the point of c5 is the fact that I think now e4 is not so much a move. Because of the fact that after c5, you're defending the e4 square. How many times? 1, 2, 3 times. And if I push this pawn now, I'm only defending it twice. So maybe I make a knight move. But yeah, it's not... It's probably just not going to work. Yeah, I wrote a script that finds puzzles in a specific opening using Lichess database. What? That is so clever. I love it. That's amazing. That's such a great idea. Wow, that is so cool. I'd love to see that. Okay, we have a couple of moves on the board. We do have actually b4. And now I'm starting to change my tune on this theory situation. And that is because b4 is the top engine line. And it could be the case that Gukesh was just spending a little bit of time trying to recall, okay, is b4 the move? And what does that actually look like over the board? I'd take a guess, right? And there might be a situation where you arrive at a position that you have done some study for, but you're not 100% sure. So in order to kind of almost double check your work, like you would do, you know, if you're doing math, playing b4, spending a little bit of time. I think it's b4. That's probably what Gukesh was thinking. I think b4 is the move here. But let me spend a little bit of time doing some calculating, double checking b4 before I play it. And that might be a little bit of what was happening over those last 5-6 minutes before he played. Who knows? But yeah, I'm interested, memory and potential, I'm interested in this script thing. That is incredible. So let me get this straight. The script, you're playing an opening. Say you're practicing the Caro-Kann or the Sicilian or whatever from Black's perspective. And the idea is that the puzzles that you have to work out are specific to those openings. Is that right? So like tactics, mostly tactics, or is it more, I guess like most puzzles are basically tactical in nature. Or are they maybe more sort of positional things? Yeah, I'm really curious about that. That sounds super interesting. Okay, e4, b3 suggested by unknown monster. e4 and b3, or b3. Yeah, so I mean, the thing that we were talking about in this position is that if you play immediately e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, d takes e4, queen takes e4, and now c5 with this discovery attack. And I guess the problem, well, what's interesting here is like, what's screaming out to me is like, why can't I just play d5? What's so bad about d5? d5 maybe... hold on. Because the problem with d5 is you can't take because your bishop's hanging. The engine hates d5 apparently. Knight to f6. Ah, knight to f6 is such an irritation. And it might be the case that I'm just in a lot of trouble now. Oh, it's so irritating because it actually... yeah, it just doesn't work. Looks like I might be losing a pawn. Yeah. Okay, so that just doesn't work. I missed knight to f6 and how dangerous knight to f6 is. So we just move back, queen to e2, and then you just takes, and you're basically just losing a pawn, as far as I can tell. Knight takes d5, yeah. Bishop to e5, do I get some compensation? Queen to c6, nah, just down a pawn. Yeah, so that wouldn't work. And presumably why Gukesh instead starts with b4. c5 still the best move here. And if c5's on the board, then we really can't play e4. Because it's being attacked 3 times, only defended twice by white. Okay, memory and potential says, from a given position, I search the opening tree and use the engine to find forced sequences output it as puzzles. Wow. So it's specifically forced sequences. That is very cool. And I guess then you need to define what is a forced sequence. situation where you capture another piece and there are only, say, 2 ways to continue without losing an advantage or by maintaining an advantage, I guess. That's really interesting though. That database is an absolute goldmine. It really is. I think that's the one thing I'll say. I mean, there are many good things to say about Lichess and the work that they do, but the fact that they have this huge database, and I mean, you think of how costly it is to maintain servers that hold, I don't know how they do it, but I mean, maybe chess games, I don't really know about how much actual space a chess game takes up. It is just relatively small amounts of data, I imagine, each game. So yeah, but that's still incredible. Okay, so expecting Ding in this position to start off with c5. c5 is the top move. Other moves include h6 or rook d to c8 now. Rook d to c8, but then we can play c5, and we're starting to clamp down in the center. And I think this is something that black simply can't tolerate. I mean, I guess you can play a5 now. This is always a good, this is like a more of a structure I'm familiar with, where you're kind of forcing white in a way. I mean, can you not just play a3? A takes b, and then you just take with the pawn and got a similar situation. Bishop to a6 though. And you just play e3. And I guess in a position like this, even though it's even, you would like to play this from white's position. Probably more often than not. I mean, both of these dark squared bishops are terrible. They're out of the game. And both of the light squared bishops are decent, potentially. And I guess there's still some intention of even playing e4 at some point. So this might be something that black just does not want. And to avoid all of this, you can start off first by playing c5. And instead of entering into a closed position where we, don't have many open files and the pawns are kind of disrupting the ability of the pieces to do their thing. Yeah, starting off with c5 might be the way to go for footing. Okay. Membrane Potential says Lichess servers are pretty cheap. Huh. In fact, it is a simple, beefy server. Wow. That's incredible. And it just stores all of those games. All 6 billion. That's incredible. That's why I like the shorter time championships, faster ones. Half an hour or less. First a5 for black now? Now a5? Okay, b takes e5 though. B takes a5. And then e4. Now we can play e4. And again, this is a very important aspect of this position why c5 is kind of mandatory, is because of the fact that the bishop is not directly attacking the e4 square. So you have to play c5 to get this bishop into the game. Otherwise, this is possible. D takes e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, queen takes e4. And I mean, what's the, I guess this just doesn't work now. c5 now with a discovery attack. I know the difference in this position now. Because if you go here, I'm still going to push this pawn, but you don't have the benefit of playing knight to f6. I don't think. Knight to f6, you just capture. Do you not just capture? No, you don't. Oh, you can play queen to e5 now. But do you not end up losing a pawn though? Let's take. Gonna take back. Oh wait, we can't take with the bishop apparently. We have to take with the knight. E takes. Rook to b1 is inspired. Rook to b1, so cool. And the bishop's pretty important on the b file. Wants to take back. Okay, so rook to a7. Fine. Bishop takes a5. Oh, that's so clever. Bishop takes a5, and if rook takes a5, then you capture the bishop on b7. And you're also threatening to jump into c6 with horrible fork. Very horrible fork. Yeah, okay, I can see why this would benefit white. So yeah, starting off with a5, it just shows you how it can have like these missteps can have an enormous knock-on effect. So it's actually pretty important, maybe more important than it seems, that Ding starts off with c5. Everything else leads to some potential complications. There are these very long combinations that yield an advantage for white, so. Okay, before b4, take a look at this line. Knight to e1, rook to... Okay, let's just take a look. So in this position, we've just played b4, and we're waiting on Ding to play. All right, so instead of b4, you said knight to e1. So if Gukesh didn't play b4. Knight to e1, rook to a to c8. b4, c5, b4, c5. B takes, d takes, d takes. All right. B takes c5. D takes c5, did you say? D takes c5. Knight, d takes c4. Knight takes c4. And then knight takes or king takes? King takes g2, queen takes c5. Oh yeah, this gets pretty chaotic. But still equal. That's the thing. Knight to e3, c6 check. Did you say knight to e3? Or knight to e3 first? C6 check, and then knight to f3. Yeah, and everything's kind of in the balance. Yeah, that's interesting. We might still see something along these lines with just the order changing, essentially. But it's still very, very important, I think, that Ding finds c5 here. c5 is a kind of an important move for black. All right, we have 35% voting for Ding, 50% for Gukesh, 15% say it's going to be a draw. So mostly Gukesh fans in the chats, but a fair amount of Ding supporters. If you are a Ding supporter, you should be rooting for him playing c5. But c5 does require quite a bit in terms of calculation. And man, Ding again down on the clock. 34 minutes? An hour and 14 minutes, and we're sitting on move 13. Waiting for black to respond with his 13th move. I think this is also a fine moment for Ding to spend some time thinking. Just because of the importance of, I think, a move like c5. And whatever he does choose to do, it will have obviously a huge effect on how this game ends. But I think the problem is a lot of the other moves that the engine is suggesting are quite passive. Like h6, bishop to a6 doesn't immediately jump out at you. You can play queen to b3. I mean, you're attacking it twice. Now we just defend it twice and we're okay. Rook 8 to c8. And The one irritation, I guess I would say, is that like I would like to play c5 myself, but I can't now because of the fact that the e2 pawn is hanging. So maybe we start off with e3 first. Don't want to just give up a central pawn for no real reason. And h6, and now like we still can't yet play c5. Maybe it's just c5 doesn't really do that much. I don't know. I'd like to kind of, well, the problem is like I guess also when you play c5, yes, you're closing the position, and this bishop of black's is going to be terrible. Your bishop's also going to be pretty bad, but maybe there's some idea of playing a4 and trying to kind of open things up. a4, a5. Can actually play bishop to d3 is really funny. I didn't notice that. That's quite hilarious. Bishop to d3, and the weirdest way to reroute your bishop onto the other side of the board. That's really fun. Okay, but now a4. And yeah, my intention, I guess, is to try and, I guess, open up some lines. It is a little bit of a thorn in your side having this bishop. And now this light squared bishop might arguably be better than your light square bishop. Well, probably. Yeah, probably is the case. So that's a consideration. Also, the b1 square is kind of out of commission, which might be a nice square for one of these rooks to end up on, especially if you have a situation where you have a pass pawn on the a file or the b file. But yeah, engine's just like, no, it's mostly equal. Shivashah says c5. Yeah, I'm hoping that Ding can find c5. That's a very important move for him to find. But it seems like both players might want to play c5 at some point. And you have to kind of discourage this. If you're going to allow white to play c5 first, bishop to a6 would be aware of discouraging that. Because of the fact that you have to start with e3. But it also might be the case that Ding's comfortable playing a much more closed position. Maybe he doesn't see that there's huge amounts of potential for white to break things open on the queen's side. It's going to be more likely to yield a draw if he keeps things closed. And I think he'll be very happy with the draw with the black pieces. So these are maybe some thoughts that are going through his head. But yeah, c5 is more committal for black, but just objectively the best move. But I guess the excitement is that we have again a situation where we have a game that has never been played before. And of course that always happens. Well, generally always happens unless we get some kind of forced draw. But the fact that we have deviated as early as, what move was this? Let's see. Move 10. Yeah, from move 10, things have been pretty original. Okay, we have a move from Ding. Let's take a look. What is he going to show up with? Does he play c5? He does indeed. We have c5 on the board. Honestly, I wouldn't find and play c5 unless I spent a long time on it. Yeah, I think the only thing that might make someone consider c5 very seriously is the fact that white would love to play e4, and c5 is a fantastic way of preventing that move. But then, of course, you need to calculate all of these pawn trades in the center. And now I'm very curious to see how quickly Gukesh responds. Because, as I mentioned in the previous move, is that when we saw Gukesh played b4, it took him a little bit longer You know, he's blitzing moves out of the opening, especially after bishop to c3. He was playing pretty quickly, indicating that he was still within his preparation. Then he started slowing down, and in particular, the last move he played b4, he spent quite a bit of time on. Even though it is the best move, the engine's move, it does suggest that he might not be as confident about his preparation. He might be struggling to recall exactly what to do here. And that's completely understandable. So B takes c5. B takes c5, B takes c5. And now we have this kind of standoff in the center where both black and white are vying to take control. There's a lot of tension. And the engine just says you can actually release the tension immediately. D takes c5 is the only way forward. Queen takes. Then rook to b1. Bishop's hanging. And we can play knight to b6 here. Knight to b6 is also quite a nice move for black to have up his sleeve. And let's see. Bishop to d4. Okay. Queen to c7. Then now c5. Wow, that's cool. That's also pointing out why it's very important that the queen retreats to a square that supports the bishop, because the threat of c5 is significant. But now we actually have an interesting situation, because even though this is seemingly threatening to capture the knight, we can't actually take because our queen's hanging. So black can just play rook a to c8 now. Then rook d to c1. Still can't take, by the way, because of the fact that the queen's attacking the c2 square twice. So, all right, we're going to see a couple of moves on the board. Let's take a look at what Gukesh comes up with. Swastik 004 says, pawn trades are my weak points. Haha. Dude, me too. I was saying earlier, I hate these structures so much. Okay, he does capture. We've got b takes c on the board. Gukesh still taking time, but not nearly the amount of time that Ding is taking. Yeah, maybe it's a universal thing amongst chess players. When you're given too many options in terms of like a situation where you could capture one way or another way, it just seems so much harder to calculate and a lot easier when you just have one decision, where it's like, take the pawn, don't take the pawn, no problem. But when it's like, oh, I can capture this way, or I can play something else altogether, it does get a little bit frustrating. So now we have this, I guess it's like a standoff. I wish I had kind of a, what was that? The good, the bad, and the ugly. Because that's basically what we have in the center of the board. Full on standoff. We could, interestingly, also play knight to e1 here, if you're Gukesh. Just allow this tension to just hang out in the middle. Knight to e1, rook a to c8. We're seeing a lot of the same moves that we looked at, just in a different order. And then now we can start with d takes c, queen takes c5, knight to d3. Attacking the queen. And illustrating the usefulness of playing knight to e1 so that we can play knight to d3. Getting this knight onto a much better square. And then queen to b6. Queen to b6 is a bit of a surprise that the engine suggests this, because that square seemed to be quite a nice square for the knight. Queen to a4. Yeah, this is also quite a complex position. Yeah, I get a sense that now Gukesh is going to probably spend quite a bit of time here. This is tricky. There's a lot that could happen. I mean, you can start off, you don't have to play knight to e1. You can just start off with d takes c5, which the engine thinks is the best move that you can play. Takes c5, c takes d, or bishop to d4. Or k to c8. And then queen to b1. Actually, really like queen to b1. It's a very, very quiet move, but what we're realizing in some of the earlier lines is a little bit frustrating. If, for example, we push this pawn and then the knight was on b6, we can't take the knight. I mean, this is different because we've got the knight on c5 this time, but actually playing queen to b1 has some very big threats of taking and then putting pressure along the c file. So we can't allow that. We're just going to capture and then knight takes. Kind of a similar situation. The queen's just slightly out of position. And then bishop to e4. Okay, so we attack the queen. Ooh. Yeah, we attack the queen. And then queen just steps up to b2. Yeah, but still. All very, very solid. It's difficult to see how either side is going to get an advantage. In all of the lines that we've looked at, we haven't really seen anything decisive for either white or black. So yeah, still a lot of work to be done for both players. I still want to play e4, but you can't do it yet. It just doesn't work. Maybe knight to e1. I mean, knight to e1. And now presumably we definitely can't play this. That does feel way too risky. I think probably at the end of this line, also the c4 pawn hangs. We take. We jump forward. Takes. Oh wait, hold on. Do you want to? Takes. Oh no, what am I talking about? The c4 pawn is fine. C takes d, knight takes e4. So actually, you have to take this way. Oh no, c takes d is the move. Oh, I see. Bishop takes d4, and now suddenly... Oh, e5. Oh my gosh. Okay, so e4 is not possible at all. Bishop to e3. Horrible d4. Have to play bishop to g5. Yeah, this is just way, way worse. So yeah, you actually have to do quite a bit of prep to play e4. And the threat of black capturing in the center, gaining an advantage is very real. So probably white just wants to diffuse the tension in the center. Definitely too early to play e4. Okay, c takes d5. Knight takes d5. And then just bishop to a1. We have a similar situation where it's actually the colors are reversed. So black can't capture on d4. Otherwise, you're going to take the queen. And then you can capture back with the knight. But then you're going to capture with the rook, for example. This takes, and takes. That would be a serious blunder. And then what else? Rook 8 to c8. Just to now, I guess, allow taking. But now we can play e4. Maybe this is the way. Maybe this is the way for Gukesh. Because now you at least get to play e4. Yeah, it's difficult to say if this actually will amount to anything. All right, so we go back to b6. Knight to b6. And now a4. You still can't capture because the queen is effectively hanging. And yeah. Huh. Okay. Okay. I think this would be a real possibility for Gukesh. Is to start off with c takes d. We were looking at d takes c, but let's do it the other way around. C takes d. This looks a little bit more exciting. Knight takes, bishop to a1, rook a to c8, and actually now you want d takes c5? I don't want that. I want e4. That's all I care about, e4. Oh, and then knight to b6. d5? Can you even get away with d5 here? It feels like you shouldn't be able to get away with d5. d5 is actually a suggestion. E takes. Oh no, you can't take back. a4 now. Wow, that's incredible. So you... What? What's the threat here? a4. I mean, I just want to almost take again if I'm playing for black. But is this really terrible? Knight takes c4. Even capture with the bishop. Yeah, this actually looks way better for white. Okay, what's the engine move? a4. What's the engine move? D takes e4 is the engine move. Knight takes e4. Then knight to d5. And yeah, this is still basically equal. Huh. But maybe it offers some other opportunities. I don't really want to play d5 though. That's the one thing. I don't mind playing e4, but I don't want to play d5. I wouldn't play that. a4 first. You still can't take. Just leave this situation for the time being. a4 and I guess a5. See, knight to f6. Just play a5 immediately. Yeah. Knight b to d7. Then h3. h3. Wait. Oh, bishop to h3. And yeah. This definitely looks... This looks feasible for Gukesh. So I would really like to see that kind of position. I think that would be the most exciting position. A lot of the other positions just seem kind of drawish. So c takes d, probably the best chance of us getting an interesting game. So that's what I'm after. Sorry, yeah, c takes d. Pretty concrete stuff for an opening that's supposed to be positional. Yeah, that's probably true. And I mean, I think that's probably what we're seeing from Gukesh now in a situation like this where, funnily enough, out of the opening, it is actually possible to calculate very long lines that you can comfortably make moves for your opponent, expecting that they're probably going to show up on the board. And often what happens is, like, especially at this point in the game, you know, when you get to move 13, 14 with a lot of pieces on the board, you're really expecting that your ability to calculate deeply is mostly just hindered by the fact that there are a lot of pieces on the board, just practically. When there are lots of pieces, it's not always that easy to calculate everything. inevitably you miss something. But in this situation, it feels like there are like a handful of good moves. There are some moves that clearly don't work right now, like e4, just it doesn't work right now. You don't need to calculate that. And then the rest of the moves that are worth looking at from Gukesh's perspective, you can calculate reasonably deeply. You're calculating c takes d, you're calculating d takes c, and then maybe knight to e1. Those are the things that are going to be on your horizon. We've got that overhead shots. Gukesh grabbing a sip of water. He does appear to be a little bit uncertain of what to do right now. He's not concerned about the clock. He's still got a big advantage, but it seems that he is, yeah, just indecisive about what to do next with the white pieces. And that is understandable because, as we see with the engine, most of the choices that are available are, you know, have a very small edge for white. But the engine still prefers d takes c5. Personally, I think that c takes d5 is a little more exciting. B takes c5 is also an option, which I don't know how much time we spent on this. B takes, oh, sorry, what am I talking about? This is not the current position. There we go. Yeah, so d takes c5. That's the move that we would expect. C takes d5 is the second recommended move, and then knight to e1 is the third recommended move. One thing that we do have to be a little bit careful about is, in a situation like this, it might be tempting to try and take control of the b file now, so play like a move like rook to b1. But then this irritating situation where you, I guess you capture, takes. And if you take back with the knight, then immediately you fall into this horrible skewer. So the knight's doing a pretty important job on d2, keeping an eye on the e4 square. And if you capture back, allowing the skewer to take place, that'll be pretty upsetting. So we don't want to do that. Yeah, it's kind of, this is what I'm saying. It's more of like a bit of a process of elimination. So you say, okay, well, I can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. Can't play rook to b1, can't play e5. What am I left with here? But because of the fact that you may be left with a handful of options, it does allow Gukesh the opportunity to really sort of calculate pretty deep. And wow, okay, he's actually played queen to b2 instead of takes, queen to b2 on the board. And now rook a to b8 is a move that jumps out, just saying, okay, well, if the queen's going to be on b2, and I guess queen to a1 then, yeah. And now the threat longer term, I guess, for white would be exerting a lot of pressure along this diagonal so that when things open up, which we expect will happen, yeah, white has this very, very strong control over the diagonal. Huh. Okay, so what about knight to knight to e4? You can actually play knight to e4 here. I'm just gonna... Can you just take? Takes is apparently not that great. Knight to e5, knight takes e5. Ah, d takes e5. Yeah, this is, now it looks actually incredibly dumb. Now it looks really stupid. And these two pieces are just not doing anything. So we don't want to do that. Bishop to b2. removing the bishop out of the firing line. We don't want to take yet. And then... bishop to f6. Okay. All right, Gukesh has left the board. He's taking a little bit of a breather, and he's left Ding to ruminate. There's your English word of the day. Thinking about how to respond to this move. Might have come as a bit of a surprise. Queen to b2. Maybe not too much of a surprise. I guess queen to b2 does a couple of things. Is that it also somewhat discourages black from exchanging in the center because of the fact that there are some discovery potentials with the rook on c1 and the queen on c7, and also the pressure that's being exerted on the diagonal. So it's kind of like twofold, that move, queen to b2. Yeah, definitely a creative idea from Gukesh. I like it. All right, we've got 20 votes in. 35% to Ding, 50% to Gukesh, 15% say draw. So let's see if we can do the math on that. 10 votes for Gukesh. And then, was it, I guess, 6 votes for Ding, and then 4 votes for a draw. No. 3 votes for draw. Okay, well, it has to be said, it has not been the most, life-changing opening, but the excitement did definitely come from Gukesh mixing it up on move 10, playing bishop to c3. And I guess now Ding definitely has some decisions to make. One of the things, the benefits of playing queen to b2 is that because you're discouraging the exchange in the center, it does mean that we have this ongoing tension that needs to be resolved at some point. And whenever there's tension, there's the possibility for maybe some tactics. There's the possibility for oversights, imperfect play. And of course, imperfect play means that we're going to have some excitement. Maybe not immediately, but we'll see. Couple of moves from now, we might find that things start getting a little bit spicy. But if we do get this trade-off in the center, I mean, Ding probably wants to set up a situation where he can trade off in the center, get rid of some of his minor pieces, and try and allow things to progress without any serious threats, because he's probably just after a draw today. Ding looking a little bit uncomfortable. He's doing his trademark, I don't know, kind of ants in his pants type thing. He's been doing this a lot. We saw it yesterday. Saw it the day before. I've been seeing it throughout this year's World Chess Championship. Gukesh has just sat down and comparatively looks quite comfortable as usual. That will change, of course, when it's his turn, where he tends to lean forward. But yeah, on average, I'd say the body language has been much more in favor of Gukesh, just in terms of confidence. Gukesh seems calm. He seems confident. All of the press conferences have also indicated that he's really just a mature young man. For someone who's just 18 years old, he's shown remarkable maturity, given the pressure and the stakes of the nation, all of that pressure on his shoulders to try and win. And having come close several times, he has just remained level-headed, not stressed out, not too concerned. And I think that's a really good long-term indication for where his head's at. And even if for some reason, you know, things don't go his way in this year's World Chess Championship, it stands to reason that at some point in the future, he could become a contender again. But for the time being, it's completely equal for all. And it's difficult to see exactly how either player is going to get an advantage coming out of this. But I like what Gukesh has done by playing queen to b2. More of just a practical element of playing this move to discourage that exchange of pawns in the center, keeping hopes for a decisive result alive. Membrane Potential says, I doubt that Ding would actually be uncomfortable in this position. I think he always looks like that. Yeah, that's true. And I mean, it's also something we've noticed at lots of different points where he just seems to like, maybe it's part of the way that he works. He just seems to be moving all of the time. A lot of little head shakes here and there. Not necessarily indicating that, oh my gosh, you know, black is so much worse, but just part of his process. Everyone has a different process. And I think on average, Ding is a little bit more inclined to just be down on himself in general. But it seems to be effective, hey? I mean, it's just really the opposite in terms of what personality you'd expect for someone who's a world chess champion. And it makes it kind of refreshing. He's a little bit more self-aware and honest and aware maybe of where his strengths lie and his weaknesses lie. Whereas Gukesh just seems he comes across as a little bit more confident in general. All right, any ideas of next moves in this position? We've just had queen to b2 on the board. A couple of options include rook a to c8, the move that we saw earlier. Also, knight to b6. Knight to b6 is kind of now starting to set up again, exchanging in the center. So for example, if we play, let's say, bishop to a5, I actually quite like bishop to a5. We can play d takes c, knight takes c4, and it looks a little bit scary for black, but the knight is really well defended. And also, you can actually, I just realized now you can capture on c4, which might come as a bit of a surprise. Whoa, we don't take with the queen first? Oh, we take with the... Oh, we just actually rook takes, and then we exchange the bishop for the knight. If we take here, this doesn't work out. I was thinking maybe this would just be a very long way of exchanging. But we capture, rook takes first, and then... Oh, I think at the end of this line, this pawn's going to be hanging. So let's play rook to d2. Bishop takes f3, bishop takes f3. Then knight to a4. And no, this pawn isn't hanging, but Ding would be up a pawn in this situation. And we can't take. Because of the fact that our rook's hanging on d2. So, yeah, this is a bit spicy. But we can avoid all of this by just capturing the rook on c4. But yeah, I don't really see why Gukesh would be inclined to play this. So we take the bishop on b7 and then knight to d7. Just keeping an eye on that bishop on e7. And yeah, all's equal. Still waiting on a move. H5 is an idea, maybe. Let's take a look at H5. H5. All right, D takes. Well, maybe we don't want to take. Okay, let's play D takes C. Knight takes and bishop to D4. Takes E4. Kind of opening things up. It's a little bit scary for black to play this way because of the fact that there's all of this pressure on the queen. And maybe the idea is that H5 feels like you need to play a little more cautiously with the black pieces. H5 might be a great move later on, but the threat of things opening up. I mean, this, to be fair, this knight is also well defended. This feels a little bit uncomfortable for the black queen. And also the squares that are available to the black queen are somewhat limited because it's kind of doing a job by protecting the bishop on b7. Maybe there's some weird threats as well, like bishop to e5, even like knight to e5. Just keep the tension and have long-term attacking ideas. Yeah, so not initiating a trade in the center, but the problem is that I think with the queen on b2, it actually benefits black. I mean, okay, so if we play rook a to c8, can I not just take in the center now? Knight takes c5, and then just take again, takes, bishop takes, and it feels like I'm going to get really strong counterplay along the c file. Let's play. Okay, so I was thinking even bishop to e5, but then you just block with your bishop. So let's not do that. More naturals. Bishop to b4, bishop to d4. Let's try bishop to d4, queen to d6. And now, what about knight to e5 now? What about knight to e5? Let's play knight to e5. Oh, that's nice. That works. Okay, queen to a6. It's just really feels like, man, knight to b3. It feels like there should be something here for white, but there just isn't. Yeah, I think the only way that someone is going to have to make a mistake soon. And it should be noted that here we are. What are we on? Move 15? Is that right? Move 15. Ding is still thinking. 53 minutes. He is down over half an hour now. Again, 35 minutes or so. Big think here. Trying to decide what to do. And again, we have a situation where if Ding plays some kind of inaccuracy, I'm not really expecting anything too dramatic in this next move, but in the next 4, 5, or even 10 moves, there's an inaccuracy, and he finds himself in a position like he was yesterday on the back foot. It might be some cause for concern. That said, I mean, he might just say, okay, well, I can spend as much time as I want thinking here because I always have the option of just trying to start trading in the center, get the pieces off the board, and just accept the fact that this is probably going to be a draw. But it might be not that simple. Just, my dad always says that. It's just that word, just. You make it sound so simple, but in reality, it's often much more complicated. And chess, that feels like universally true. Just draw. Just draw. What can be so hard about that? Just draw. Got the black pieces. It's equal. The engine says it's equal. Just draw. Oh, man. Ding really is constantly moving around. Yeah, my girlfriend, she's an absolute sweetheart, and she has an eye for these types of behaviors. And she was mentioning to me it's kind of like maybe an ADHD kind of thing, you know, not to do a armchair diagnosis, where people have this kind of movement thing. But what's interesting about it is that on the flip side, there's also like huge benefits, apparently, where they're able to concentrate for long periods of time. Okay, we are about to see a move, so it would be interesting to see if Ding has that diagnosis, and I don't mean it as like a negative thing at all. Okay, we have knight to b6 being played. Knight to b6 was not really let's just see. Yeah, most of the top engine moves were rook moves. So knight to b6, I don't know if I looked at it in this line. Interesting. Knight to b6. And then bishop to a5. Oh, no, we did look at this. What am I talking about? We definitely looked at this. So the follow-up was supposed to be bishop to a5, pinning the knight to the queen. And then we wanted to trade off in the center. Okay, so that's the follow-up, right? Bishop to a5. We play bishop to a5. Vasha says, Dinesh win this world championship. Ding plus Gukesh equals Dinesh. Oh, that actually is great. And I think that's also an Indian name. I feel like India and China have like some of the smartest people on earth. So a hybrid between the two, that would be pretty cool. It reminds me of Dragon Ball Z when, like, I think it was like the two characters fused together so that they can fight off their rival. Maybe that's what we need to see. We need to see a fusion of Ding and Gukesh so that they can come up against Magnus. That would be some anime level content. Yeah, bishop to a5. It does look natural, but now if, for example, here d takes c, knight takes c4, and then knight takes c4, this is the line that we looked at, and I was thinking, oh, cool, we can just go into this long-winded exchange, but actually what we end up happening, the best line, isn't taking the queen here if you're playing with white. You don't want to take the queen, because this leaves you in a worse position. For example, takes, rook takes. You actually don't capture the rook, which is kind of counterintuitive. And then rook to d2. Bishop takes f3, bishop takes f3, and then knight to a4. I think this is it. And yeah, you're doing great here. So instead, the idea is knight takes. Wait, no, hold on. What are we doing? We start off with, oh, d takes c, knight takes, rook takes. You give up the bishop on a5, takes. Okay, so now it dings up a bishop, but you're going to reclaim that bishop on b7. Actually, maybe I'm starting to change my mind about this position. Because in this line, you still have your light square bishop. You have kind of opposite colored bishops. And you could argue that the light square bishop is probably better for the time being. You can also capture on a2. And wow, you actually just give up. This is awesome. But after takes, then you can capture the rook. Okay, let's try it. Sacrificing the exchange. Knight to e5. Whoa, knight to e5. Queen takes e2. Oh my goodness, this is so sharp. Look at this line, guys. This is incredible. This is really, really incredible. I love it. You love to see it. Okay, let's put this up on the analysis board because this is some groovy stuff. All right, let's take a look. Here's the analysis board. We're expecting this move bishop to a5, double attack. And now the best move for black is to capture in the center, just allowing white to capture back. I don't know if we'll see this, but we might. And here you can actually capture, giving up your queen because of the fact that you can capture white's queen. But if you do take this is way better for black. So instead, we're going to capture with a rook first. Black's going to capture the bishop. We're going to capture the bishop on b7. Queen takes a2. Now your rook's hanging. Queen takes e7. Queen takes e4. All right. And now you're down the exchange. You're down quite a bit of material, but you have knight to e5, attacking the queen, as well as threatening to capture on f7. And then queen takes e2, attacking the rook on d1. You take with check. King to h8 is just insane. I didn't go any further than this. Now we have bishop to f3, attacking the queen. Queen to a2. I mean, we're very, very close. Because the thing is, if you don't play queen to a2, say you do something else, play like queen to b2. Now you actually capture on e6 and we're threatening the windmill, for example. Yeah, we can do this. Yes. And you can take with the knights and then we can, oh my gosh. How glorious is that? You love to see it. That would be not something I would expect to happen. But yeah, that's why the engine in this position says you have to play queen to a2 instead. Wait, after this, queen to a2 now, so that you can't get this threat happening. So yeah, that is quite a fascinating line. Bishop to a5 is logical just statistically. It's just that we have so many people, at least some of them are geniuses. I'm saying as I live here and know the people here. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, I see what you're saying. Statistically, there's just so many people. Yeah. I mean, I agree, but I mean, I can say this as someone who doesn't really have any skin in the game. I love South Africa, but South Africa, we don't necessarily have, say, for example, like, we're not known for anything other than, I mean, we obviously is a very diverse society, so it's tricky to make any generalizations. What I was going to say is that I taught English to Chinese students for a long period of time, and I noticed that they were just naturally, and again, maybe it's just the small sample size that I was exposed to, but they were naturally incredibly hardworking, very, very studious people. Generally very respectful as well. There are exceptions for sure. And I can't really speak for India because I didn't have any Indian students, but I mean, the one thing that we've noticed is that just from, if you're looking specifically at chess, Indian players have excelled in recent times, and we've seen that happening in China too. So it stands to reason that we might find ourselves in a situation, 10, 15 years from now when Magnus is maybe not as much of a massive presence. He's kind of a weird exception. There's no way around it. He's incredible. But it might be the case that, yeah, 15, 20 years from now, Carlsen's no longer on the scene and we just have a bunch of incredibly strong Chinese players and Indian players. Oh, we have Elon Musk. Yeah, that's true. We have Elon. And cricket. That's true. Yeah. Well, I think actually, in terms of sports, rugby. Rugby's a big one. We've done really, really well with rugby. I don't want to talk about cricket. I can tell you right now, when I was growing up, if you're from India, you'll appreciate this because you know the background of cricket in South Africa. I grew up, I remember the 1999 World Cup. I remember being 8 years old and I remember crying. Like, you cannot believe in the semifinals when that horrible run out happened where Lance Klusener was in with Alan Donald and there was this fumble, this mix up where Alan Donald didn't know he was supposed to run, and that, oh, it was just a disaster. They needed, I think, one run to win. And I remember so clearly being heartbroken. And since then, we are yet to really have any redemption in the cricket department. So I'm waiting. I'm hoping it's going to be in my lifetime. I want some kind of resolution. Yeah, that was brutal. And then again, it happened, I think, in 2013. AB de Villiers was like a similar, very, very tight finish, and we lost that game. I think it was the semifinals against Sri Lanka, if I'm not mistaken. Another close game. And then more recently in the finals where we lost, I think, to India. So yeah, it's been a tough road as a South African cricket supporter, but hopefully we'll we'll get there eventually. It might take us a while. All right, so we do have bishop to a5 on the board. And even though like the best move here is d takes c, I got a feeling that Ding's not going to play that. He might just say, well, if I take, then I'm just allowing the knight to jump into c4. I'm allowing more pressure. I guess it's not the end of the world because I can take back the knight on c4. But this endgame just might not be appealing to him. And as we discovered in some of these lines, they're very, very sharp in some instances. Membrane Potential says, but of course can't really generalize over such cultural diversity. Just my impression from traveling. Yeah, that is true. I mean, you get a little bit of a window into... People aren't even very good at being able to assess the country that they live in, because it's not like you live in the entire country of India, you know, unless you're very, very well traveled. I would say the same thing about South Africa. You know, I'm relatively well traveled in South Africa, but you know, I don't know the ins and outs of different cultures within South Africa nearly as well as I could. So, whoa, just out of interest, we're on move 16. Do you want to hear the accuracy of this game? It's pretty wild. 99.2% accuracy from Gukesh and 99.7% accuracy from Ding. It's just been a masterclass. And you are kind of expecting this level out of the opening in particular. But still, I mean, these guys are really, really incredible. Okay, but Ding, I'm going to try and do some telekinesis now. Ding, you need to actually make a move now. Because it's nearly 40 minutes on the clock. And you have 24 moves to make. He needs to pull the trigger. Where's Mark today? We're missing Mark. I miss him. I think he's quite upset after yesterday. Understandable. He had a lot on the line, and it was kind of a heartbreaker as well. I was actually feeling sorry for him towards the end because of the fact at like various points during that game it looked like there was going to be a decisive result, and because he had money on that game, he was really, really happy. So at one point it was in Gukesh's favor. It looked like he was going to win, and then he gave up his advantage, and then suddenly Ding was ahead with an advantage. And it looked like, okay, well, at least one of them is going to win. And it ended up in this ridiculous draw. So yeah, that was probably not the best feeling. But anyway, hopefully he'll be back. I guess today's Thursday, so tomorrow's a break day. On Saturday, maybe. Membrane Potential, whereabouts have you traveled in the world, out of curiosity? I advised him to sell for profit, however, it could have gone either way. I feel bad for him too, yeah. Well, the one good thing that he did say is that he wasn't gambling money that he couldn't afford to lose, so that, of course, is the most important thing. But still, never fun. All right, so if not d takes c, how about rook d to c8? Or what about rook a? Can you not play rook a to c8? Is this like a disaster? Doesn't seem so. It shouldn't be. But now d takes c. D takes c, bishop takes c5, c takes d. Oh, and you're just opening things up. This is the problem. Yeah, this is the one issue with having the queen on c7. Basically, you can take on c4 and then say, I'm going to initiate this exchange on my terms. And I always have the option of capturing if you take back with the knight, which you should do. Can even take with a rook. Rook takes c4 is also a thing. That's incredible. And now it changes if you take. Oh, because you can take back with the knight and you're down the exchange, but of course there's a skewer. That's quite incredible, actually. At the end of this line. Queen to c6, and then you just capture on d8. Rook takes on d8. Still equal. Yeah, and this position... Only problem here, what about this? This is scary. What about knight to h4 here? Double attack on the bishop. There must be... Oh, you just play knight to d5. It's irritating. But then e4? No. e4? What's our knight back to b6? Yeah, you just don't really achieve anything here. What about knight to e5 here? Queen to a4. Oh my gosh. That is... that's insane. I don't know why I'm surprised. I'm like playing moves that I would actually play over the board. And the engine's like, nope, you can't do that. Alright, so... Actually, having looked at this a little bit more, I think that I changed my mind that Ding is probably going to take on c4. Because it's worse, it would seem, to allow white to initiate the exchange. So taking and then having this escape route of being able to capture with the knight, that's kind of important. Okay, let's take a look. I went and took a nap and only one move played. Oh, I'm sorry. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it does happen. I've been all over Europe, spent time in the USA, and traveled extensively in North India. Interested in going to other parts of Asia, but my fascination and connections to India held me back so far. Oh, cool. Okay, that's really interesting. That's wonderful. Yeah, I haven't done much traveling. I've only been to... Well, I'm from South Africa, so I've traveled around South Africa. I've also been to Zimbabwe and Mozambique. That's all in Southern Africa. Beautiful countries. Very, very beautiful countries. And then I went to Egypt with my family. And then 2 years ago, I went and traveled through Southeast Asia. So I went to South Korea. I went to Thailand. And then I went to Indonesia, to Bali. So, and that is the full extent of my travels. But I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. All right, we've got a move. And we do have the move that we expected to see. We have takes in the center. And very, very shortly after, we're going to see Gukesh respond with capturing with that knight. He does take. And now I would kind of expect Ding to also have knight takes pretty much queued up. Is he just going to play that immediately? Unknown Monster says, I won 7 classical games in a row and still only 2 moves were made there. Love it. Oh, that's good. These guys are regular comedians in the chat. You love to see it. The time will mess everything up for Ding, Swastik004 says. Come on, Ding, make a move. All right, we do have a move. It's bishop takes f3? Is that a thing? That surprises me. Maybe... But I know the problem... Like, okay. Wow. So if you take back with the bishop, this is a huge blunder, apparently. Because now, knight takes c4 is super potent. Let's head back to the analysis board. This is interesting. Take a look at this. Okay, so Ding has started by capturing the knight, and this kind of allows an opportunity for white to blunder. I'm not entirely sure why, but we're going to figure that out together. So bishop takes b6, you have to start off with. Bishop takes b6, a takes b, and then capturing the bishop on f3. Now, what happens if we start off with bishop takes b6, bishop takes f3? We are attacking the rook, so that looks good. But now knight takes c4. Bishop takes c7. Okay, knight takes b2. Rook to d2. Oh, okay, rook to d2, attacking and then knight to a4. Now it's weird because both of your rooks are hanging. All right. Okay, we'll circle back to this, but we do have a move. All right, so Gukesh has correctly assessed this little situation and said, okay, let's start off with capturing first, which was the best move. But this situation now, bishop takes a8, rook takes a8, and yeah, it's true. Ding is up material. He's got 3 minor pieces and a rook. And in this situation, Gukesh has 2 rooks and a minor piece. So he would be effectively 1 pawn's worth of material down. D takes C, and you can just capture back. It's being defended twice. So Gukesh very, very quickly assessing the situation and saying, nope, I'm not going to fall for that. And now it appears that Gukesh is creating a little bit of an edge with the white pieces. The engine says that all options available to black are going to lead to a plus 0.42 advantage for Gukesh. And the question is, will he be able to turn that into something special? Can he prize open that advantage? Remember, the rook on a8 needs to be dealt with. It's being attacked by the bishop on f3. So let's play rook to a7. Rook to a7. And I guess you can capture on b6, but then I think after takes, you're going to lose the d4 pawn, I imagine. That's the issue here. So if we take on d6, play rook to a6 is fun. D takes C, that's clever. Clever way of defending. And then rook takes d1 check, we capture back. Queen takes c5. Yeah, so we're gonna lose that pawn. And now, how do we... Ooh, okay, knight to d7 would be the way to untangle this knight from being trapped. Takes, rook takes on d7, and then rook to b6, attacking the queen. Okay, and then this line, Gukesh is up a pawn. So I was expecting that black was going to be able to recapture that pawn, but it appears that if we take with a knight, it's not quite clear how black regains that. You've got this a pawn, but maybe it's very difficult to defend this a2 pawn, and black is going to capture it at some point. It's hard to see exactly how right now, to be honest. Okay, so we play queen to a1. Queen to a1, maybe and then h5. h5 now. Can't take because the queen on c5. So Swastik 004 says, this just allows to simplify for a draw. At this point, I'm happy if Ding pulls out a draw with his time on the clock. Absolutely. Gukesh almost now at a full hour advantage. He's got an hour and 26 minutes on the clock. And Ding, just 31 minutes. B6 is weak. Yes, that's definitely the case. It's a target. I guess the question is, for Gukesh, is that does he want to capture that right away? And one of the things I was thinking was, well, what if, like in this position, after you capture, why not just play rook to b8? I mean, what's so terrible about this move? The engine wants rook to a7. Rook to b8 just seems much more natural. Now you're defending this pawn. But, knight to e5. Okay. Okay, I'm starting to see why. But I guess, like, the thought that I have is that if, for example, you played rook to a7, which is what the engine wants, what about now? Same thing. You're still threatening this fork. Like, how can there be much difference between these positions? D5? That's actually very creative. Now you can no longer Play knight to c6. All right, we're about to see a move on the board. Let's take a look. What is Ding going to do? He has to move his rook. I mean, I guess you can play knight to d5 now, even. All right, so he moves his rook up, and he plays rook to a6. Let's see what the analysis board says about that. Okay, so rook to a6 is fine. Nothing wrong with rook to a6. But the engine still likes jumping in to e5 with the knight. Knight to e5. Very, very important move. And it's also important to note in this position that the rook on c1 is staring directly at the queen. So black can't really initiate any trades, pawn trades for the time being. Knight is very well placed on e5. We can just attack it if we're black and say, okay, well, this is quite a powerful piece. The threat of knight to c6 is not really as potent now that the rooks can't be forked, but still want to play it, actually. And it feels like there would be a roundabout way of trapping this knight. For example, you want to c takes d, and then the knight, well, I guess the knight could come back to b4. Yeah. But the knight is very weirdly well placed, actually. Behind enemy lines. Okay, let's say rook to c8. And queen to b3. Yeah, so white in this position has an advantage, but it would probably take a while to realize exactly where that comes from. Rook to c8. Rook c to a8. Oh, okay. Targeting the a2 pawn. And then what do I play? Rook to d2 or something. Actually start off with d takes c. Cool. Bishop takes c5. Now you're opening up the d file though, and rook to c2. Okay, to defend on a2. Knight to d4 is also a move. Knight to d4 looks a little scary. There might even be some ideas in the air of takes. If you capture on a2 here. Oh, of course, your rook's still hanging. I was kind of hoping that there would be some cool sacrifice here. So let's say, for example, we just do this. Can we? Oh, we're just walking into a knight fork. Let's do something else. Let's try rook to c8. I want to see if I can make this sacrifice work. F takes c, check. And now you can't block with the queen. King to h8. But then I was thinking, oh, no, we can't because the knight. All right, let's make a knight move instead. Let's see if we can make this sacrifice work. This would be kind of cool. All right. Knight to d4. Now knight takes e6 works. I just want it to work so badly. Takes king to h8. Now we can take. Oh, we don't even take. What do? We capture the rook first. Okay. Rook takes first. Rook takes, and then we take, and we have queen takes d7. Oh, that's so funny. But then you can take. Oh man, that is crazy. What a horrible tactic. Yeah, okay. Couple of very interesting lines here. Why didn't Ding like knight to d5? Yeah, I was actually just looking at that just before he played the move. So instead of rook to a6, let's play knight to d5. But now we can play e4 now. So that's the concern. Knight to b4. Not so bad. But then can we just play a3? Yeah, a3. Knight to c6. Moving back. And then now knight takes b6. Rook a to b. And then you just defend, I guess, by playing rook to... Oh, you can play d takes c first. But then what about bishop takes? Huh. Oh, bishop takes, the rook's defending. But what I was thinking about bishop takes is if rook takes on c5. Oh, yeah, of course, the bishop's back defending the rook on d1. Yeah, so this actually could have been possible. But yeah, maybe a little less complicated. Okay. Membrane Potential says, only visited North Africa, also interested in West Africa, such as Sierra Leone and Ghana. Yeah, North Africa, I mean, I enjoyed my time in Egypt. Egypt was fascinating just because of the history. So that's the only North African country I've visited. But like, the only problem I had with Cairo was the city itself was just, there were some very nice areas where you could get incredible authentic Egyptian cuisine, which I really enjoyed. I went out once on one of the evenings and found this incredible place. But yeah, generally the city was just a little bit run down, to be honest. I think like one of the biggest disappointments is like you go to Egypt and it has this incredible history. And you see that history with the pyramids, you see it with the Sphinx, the what is it, the Valley of the Kings, and all of the tombs that you can go and see this rich history. But then the city itself, it's just like, I think if, you know, ancient Egyptians were in Cairo today and they just went around the city, they would be like, what's going on? Like, what happened? What happened to all of the incredible steps forward that we made in progress for mankind? Feels like you guys, the later generations kind of dropped the ball a little bit. But maybe I'm being too critical. But yeah, I mean, apart from that, it was pretty spectacular. And the other thing about Egypt, there are some very, very beautiful towns along the Nile and then also along the coast of, I think it's the Red Sea, that were incredible. Very, very beautiful. Okay, we are still waiting on Gukesh for a change. Ding down to just half an hour, and we are on move 19. So we have the same situation that we had yesterday, where Ding has used up 75% of his time. 75% of his time in order to play half of the moves that he needs to get to the 40 move mark. Yeah, other places in Africa that are really beautiful. Rwanda. That's a place that I'd love to go to. I've seen a lot of documentaries of what Rwanda is like. They've got those huge silverback gorillas. Very, very beautiful creatures. I wouldn't mind going to see those guys. And then Namibia I haven't been to. I would also quite love to go to Namibia. All right, so the best move for Gukesh to play is still knight to e5. You could also play e3 here. Or you could capture in the center. But it feels like capturing the center, you just initiating an exchange. B takes c. Oh, sorry. Queen takes e5, actually. Not b takes c. the idea with b take? Oh, or bishop takes c5 is also okay. B takes c is really not a good idea. Because of queen to b3. H5. Play a4. I guess the idea is that if you get this pawn, this is interesting. If the b pawn takes on c5, then okay, black's got a pass pawn, but white also has a pass pawn. And the problem with white's pass pawn is that it's being guarded by the promotion square is being guarded by the bishop on f3. I imagine that's where this advantage comes from, if I had to guess. So with that as a consideration, you don't actually want to get this pawn on b6 to take, kind of diverting away from where it would be most helpful on the 6th rank, and just keeping an eye on any progress that this a pawn might want to make. So instead we just capture with c5, capture c5 with the queen or the bishop, and then knight to e5. But yeah, this just looks very, very drawish. So I feel like, knowing Gukesh and his style so far, it would probably be come as a big surprise for him to take on c5 unless he has something special in store. Membrane Potential says, sure, I will check out Rwanda. Yeah, well, I think that would be, yeah, that could be a fun place to go visit. I'm yet to travel through Europe. I'd love to go and do a little bit of exploring there. I also wouldn't mind going to America. And not really so much to see what attractions there are in America, but mostly to meet the people. It feels like Americans are some of the most interesting, crazy people on earth. And I would be going there basically just to see Americans, not to see America. That would be quite cool. Although, okay, that's a lie. I'd love to go to Yosemite National Park, and Alaska looks very beautiful as well. Grand Canyon, plenty of places. But not like, I probably wouldn't be very interested in like New York and LA. That's not my bag. I want to see the nature. All right, we're about to see a move, folks. Let's take a look-see. What was the move that was played? Gukesh with the white pieces. Did he just do something crazy? No. But he did play something a little bit surprising, though. He played queen to b5. All right, queen to b5 on the board. I just saw the analysis bar like absolutely melt down. I think it picked up that the queen had gone to b4 instead. And then realized, oh, no. It's on b5. It's safe. Yeah, okay, so you're right. We've got a pawn sacrifice. Swastik 004 points out. Let's take a look at what this means for the position. So the rook can capture on a2. And that's basically what you're saying. But remember, this pawn is still hanging on b6. So we're going to take with the knight, queen to a7, doubling up on the a file, queen to b1. But what I don't get is that it seems in a lot of these lines, isn't this pawn hanging? What's going on here? If you play queen to b1, are there some threats here? Oh, knight to c8. Whoa! Guys, check this out. This is like a one-move blunder that is not actually that easy to spot. These are some of the worst, hardest moves to see. Oh my goodness, look at this. This is a nightmare. Okay, so let's back up to the live board. We have takes, rook to a6, and Gukesh played immediately queen to b5. Okay, rook takes a2, knight takes, queen to a7, queen to b1, and then I was like, what's the big deal here? Why can't I just take this pawn? This pawn is being supported by the rook. What's the problem? We take this pawn, then the absolutely soul-crushing, devastating, emotionally painful knight to c8. It's being defended by the rook on c1, forking the bishop and the queen. I did not see this, not even a moment. And you just have to take and sacrifice the exchange, and now white is miles ahead. We do have a couple of moves on the board, and we have this exact line. Are we going to see queen to a7? Queen to a7, pawn takes would be a one-move blunder. So queen to a7, queen to b1, and then saying, hey, that pawn's hanging. I'm going to eat it. You are the only person compared to mostly all other chess streaming channels who have the live board in focus. Thank you, brother. Oh, it's a pleasure. I'm glad that I can do that. I had this conversation with my dad because I was asking him to give me some advice on like the right way of doing it. And he definitely leaned that way more. He was like, the biggest problem with a lot of the coverage is like the main live board. They do this dance where they're doing analysis at the same time on the same board. And my dad was like, just don't do that. So I took his advice. Try and avoid that as much as possible. He didn't even want the analysis board that I jumped to. But that I had to keep. But I use it rarely. And also, like, I wanted to put some little advertising for my merch on there, but I don't want that to be up like 24/7. So I decided just keep the live board open. And yeah, that way I can do my little analysis, but most people are just trying to keep an eye on what's happening in the game. Swastik 004 says, actually, this is one of the main reasons I joined here. Oh, that's great. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. I'm not gonna try and be competitive with, you know, these guys. People who can do much better analysis than me, and you know, also these massive companies that I'm not gonna really try and compete with. But I'm mostly here just to have fun. But if I can find a way of having some utility to my viewers, I think that's good too. So the position is exactly as we had foreseen. If here Gukesh says, okay, cool, let me play queen to b1, and Ding's like, oh man, I'm definitely gonna take. I think that would be like the blunder of the year. If we have queen to b1, c takes d, missing the fact that you can play a knight to c8. No, there's nothing else here. It should be noticed. And this is one of the worst times where you just need to miss one move. You just need to miss one move. I mean, looking at this position, does this jump out at you? It definitely didn't jump out to me. Knight to c8. This is such a counterintuitive move to kind of factor in. You're like, okay, well, I'm guarding that square. The rook's on the back rank. Everything's fine. You don't often see this kind of fork. Also, the other thing that Ding might be thinking is, because of the time factor, he might be saying, oh, okay, cool. Well, let me just take this pawn. Not maybe spend quite as much time on it, but yeah, look, 2800, well, Ding's not 2800 now, but above 2700, you'd expect them to basically see everything. It's more about building a friendly environment, which you do so proficiently. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind. In other companies, there just seems to be a corporate setting. Personally, I'd prefer to have the analysis board in focus. Right now, only 20% of the screen is relevant most of the time, but it's a very fundamental decision, and overall, you're doing amazing in my opinion. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. Look, I'm to be honest, after like the first couple of games where I was like, I don't have like an enormous audience, I just kind of lost interest in worrying about numbers and stuff like that. And I just was like, I'm going to enjoy myself. And I've had such a good time. I mean, really, streaming with you guys and hanging out and hearing your ideas and where you're from, it's been such a cool experience. And I think there's always this balance when you're doing YouTube where you kind of are either doing it because you're trying to make some money, or you're doing it because, you know, you want to get internet famous. But really, those are never the right reasons. You have to be doing something because you enjoy it. And if it means that you're streaming to a smaller number, but you're having a good time, that sounds great to me. So yeah, that is much more of a priority. All right, Gukesh doing his signature collar adjustment. He really does look like an incredibly well put together person. Doesn't seem to get frazzled easily. Pretty cool, calm, and collected. I would love to see. I mean, let's take a look. If not queen to b1, let's choose something else. Instead of queen to b1, let's say queen to b3. Okay. Now it's the same idea. As if you take. Whoa, it's actually different now. It's not as bad. You can still play knight to c8, but now rook to a3, attacking the queen. Whereas before with the queen on b1, there aren't these kind of shenanigans where you can try and figure something out. But this is still objectively worse. It's kind of like one of those situations that if you expected someone to make a one-move blunder, I mean, it almost feels like the ingredients are right. Ding is down on time. The one-move blunder is an only move blunder, meaning that like it's kind of easy to overlook. I could just be talking nonsense here, but something to watch out for. If we see, after whatever Gukesh does, c takes d, this will become very, very exciting. Shivam Shah says, this now seems more drawish. Yeah, I mean, apart from the little trick that I mentioned before, very, very equal. Audience will probably come over time, but probably will be difficult to stay consistent after World Chess Championship is over. If you'll cover the Tata Steel there, I'll be there though. When is the Tata Steel? Is that early next year or is it still this year? Let me take a look. I appreciate that though. Tata Steel Chess 2025 from the 17th of January. Okay. Yeah, I think one of the problems I have, and maybe you guys can shine some light on this in terms of like a strategy for covering a tournament like that, is you're inevitably having to deal with multiple games, right? So there are so many games that you need to cover. In the World Chess Championship, the one reason I wanted to cover it is because it's much slower moving. In faster time controls, it's very difficult to offer any meaningful analysis, especially for me, because, you know, I'm not as highly rated as most of the chess commentators. So if it's slower time control, it's fine. I can take a look at things and give some kind of input. But when there are faster time controls or a situation where there's a tournament with lots of people playing, it's like you have to choose games, right? You have to be like, okay, I'm going to focus on, say, 2 games. And usually there'll maybe be 1 or 2 very exciting matchups, but in some cases there's more. So yeah, I feel like that is one of the things as a viewer that frustrates me when I'm watching chess, is like they'll be covering like a specific game and then I'll get invested and they'll be like, oh, okay, now let's just jump over to this game. And I just feel shortchanged. I'm like, I want to see the game that I was watching seconds ago. So just show me the most exciting game. That's it. But I don't know. Other people want more of like a kind of holistic view of what's going on in the tournament. So that's also maybe more of a preference thing. Swastik 004 says, you'll have to prioritize some games over other games. Yeah, it's just how it goes, for sure. Yeah, that makes sense. So Gukesh a little bit in the blender. Still has a half an hour, more than half an hour advantage on the clock over Ding. Both players are at the, 22 move mark? Let's take a look. 21st move. 19 moves. And if anything, I mean anything happens where Black makes some kind of misstep, it's gonna be a challenge for Ding. So far, he's done great. There really isn't any indication that he's gonna blunder or do something silly. So for the time being, things are fine, but more importantly, he just can't afford to do that, because if he plays a slight inaccuracy that allows Gukesh an advantage, similarly to what we saw yesterday, it's going to be tricky to defend. But you know what? I said these exact words yesterday, right? And Ding somehow defended. I mean, yeah, we have to give credit to him yesterday. He just played really, really quickly and insanely accurately. It was something to behold. I was like, this game's done and dusted. Gukesh has got this in the bag. And how wrong was I? Back to the accuracy, 98.3% accuracy from Gukesh, 98.5% accuracy from Ding. These guys are playing like literal robots. It's super impressive. I think Gukesh missed queen to a7. Yeah, he could have missed queen to a7, but yeah, maybe he did. What is the threat with queen to b7? I guess kind of the threat. Oh, I see. Okay, so I was thinking, what happens if you play queen to b1 or queen to b3 and then rook to b8, but then you capture? So let's just take a look at this on the analysis board. I was thinking like, okay, if you drop the queen down to b3 or to b1 or whatever, and black plays rook to b8, now you just capture. So d takes c, supporting, and then I wonder, is there a situation? No, you can't. So I was thinking, oh, you can capture and then take, but then I wonder if there's a weird way to sacrifice your queen here. Let's see, takes, yeah. Rook takes c5, so whatever. Oh, of course, there's back rank issues. That's the problem. That is the problem. More than anything. Thought it was more of a material thing, but yeah. Obviously, this is a disaster. You can't take. I was thinking you could take with a rook. You can't take with a queen because of the fact that the rook on h2 hangs. So if you take with a rook, but then this immediately walks into mate. So that doesn't work. Yeah, so basically all this to say the pawn on c5 is very firmly placed. Can't really do much about it. Rook to a5. Okay, so when we just sort of put more pressure on that pawn. Almost want to play h6 or h5 just to create a bit of breathing room. But Engine thinks that that's not necessary. And now queen to b4. That looks kind of wild. Queen to b4 is incredible because it appears... Oh my gosh. If you take... This is so cool. Wow. Wow. I mean, there's some actually really insane lines that emerge here. All right, I'll quickly pull this up on the analysis board because I think it's interesting. So, all right, here's the position as it stands. I was thinking, okay, let's play queen to b3, rook to b8, right? Attacking, double attack on the knights, putting pressure on the queen. But now you just capture, so you take. You cannot take this pawn with the hope of removing one of the defenders and then capturing the knight, being up a pawn, because if you take, then you immediately walk into rook takes c5, and if you capture with the rook, it's the only way to capture without losing the rook on h2, then it's mate in 2 because of back rank. So there was another line that I was looking at. Oh, here we play instead rook to a5, queen to b4, and then I was like, oh, okay, but can't you take? Oh, I guess you can capture. Okay, so takes, queen takes. Yeah, it just starts getting insanely messy. This is wild. Rook to d8 is actually the best move. Giving up the rook. After you take, then you just capture back with the c pawn. And now you've got b7 and promotion coming. So there's a potential for some wild stuff to happen. But yeah, at this level, we're not really expecting anything too crazy. All of this is within the realms of calculating. So, yeah. I wish Gukesh burns half an hour somehow. I mean, okay, so he's down to under an hour now. I doubt that we'll see that. But I'm starting to think that Shivam Shah has some inside information there, because maybe you're right. Queen to a7 might have not been on Gukesh's radar, and that's why he's spending quite a bit of time now just figuring out what his response should be. Apart from queen to b3, queen to b1, I mean, we need to obviously protect the knight on b6. That's important. Queen to c6 is another move. Let's look at queen to c6. That's interesting. C takes d. What about knight to c8 now? What's the problem with the knight to c8 now? Okay, queen to a3. That's clever. Queen to c7. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Also feels like there could be some weird tactics here. Rook to d7 also is quite surprising. Okay, knight takes, queen takes, or rook takes. Let's take with the queen. We can throw in a check, but then queen to f8, or you can just block with a rook. Yeah, this is just not going anywhere. But in this line, Ding is actually up a pawn. But the difference is we can... Wow, we can take on d4. And if takes, you block with the queen. Oh, wait, no. Can't you block with the rook? Queen to f8. Oh, you can't block with the knight. You cannot block with the knight because of bishop to c6. Bishop to c6 or just rook to d8. And then we just have this situation, which is a nightmare. So that doesn't work. So you actually have to give up your queen. You play queen to f8. Takes, and then draw an endgame. Wild. Yeah, so with perfect play, really expecting a draw here, but you know, this game so far has been played at an incredibly high level. I feel like some missteps are coming. Could be Gukesh, could be Deng. But both players definitely fighting. So the obvious moves from Gukesh, he's considering the pros and cons of queen to c6, queen to b3, or queen to b1. And I can tell you for sure, each one of these lines, he is calculating in depth. 10, 15, 20 moves for each of these three options. And I guess one of the other problems is that you often find with these deeper calculations is that, you know, you look at, you say, okay, it's easy to calculate the three lines, but each line has a separate tree that emerges. And each branch has other mini branches that emerge. And that's why it can be very, very time consuming to comprehensively cover everything. And you can tell from the posture of the players, Gukesh can definitely see it's his move, because this is normally what he does when it's his move. He is leaning forward, much more focused, much more dialed in. And usually when it's Ding's move, then he kind of leans back and is a little bit more relaxed. Guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get up for a moment. It's been 3 hours and 10 minutes. I always am amazed at how quickly these streams go, because I'm like, I just get so absorbed into what's happening on the board. All right, I'm going to grab myself a glass of water. I'll be back in a sec. All right, you wonderful people. I'm back. What did I miss? Nothing yet. Excellent. So today's snack of the day, well, it's a drink. We have the classic orange flavored Fanta. That's what it looks like if you're in South Africa. And yeah, pretty delicious. I don't usually have soft drinks ever, but I have one of these lying around, and I decided today I'm going to have it with my lunch, which is another corn kernel roasted mealy type situation. That should sustain me. Meanwhile, Gukesh still considering his options. Like, I am kind of just expecting it to be one of these moves. Although I did say that about some of the options that he had earlier, and I was wrong. So, if not for these, what else? What else could we play with the white pieces? The problem is that the queen needs to be within touching distance of the knight, right? And there are only 3 moves that you can actually play that keep an eye on the knight. And that's queen to c6, queen to b3, and queen to b1. So even those are the engine moves. The reason why they're the engine moves is because of the fact that those are the 3 options that protect the knight. I guess maybe rook to b1 would be another thought. Kind of over defending. But then it starts to... Yeah, I think the problem with rook to b1 is that c takes d is now possible. And you don't have this threat of jumping in with the knight to c8. So that just doesn't work. So if we remove that out of the ambit of possibilities, then suddenly it's like, okay, cool. Let's just stick to one of these moves. Engine evaluates all of them equally. And then, yeah, just ignore a move like rook to b1. Oh, that is good. That's a good sound. Let me know in the chat, what is your soft drink of choice? I really do love... You know what I actually quite like? Fanta Grape. That's good. Fanta Grape's a winner. But they didn't have Fanta Grape, so I had to settle for Fanta Orange. I also like Sprite Zero. And in South Africa, we have like a ginger ale type drink called Stony. It is so good. I love ginger ale. I'm a really fan of, like a big fan of spicy foods. So that's the closest that you can get to a spicy drink. What the heck is that? Paulaner Spezi. I must know. I must know. Spezi. Cola and orange. That's interesting. So does it taste a bit like Fanta? Cola and orange soda. Oh, it's different. Ginger ale is not that spicy. Yeah, well, I forgot that I'm speaking to an Indian audience. Yeah, that's true. Your definition of spicy and my definition of spicy are like on different planes of reality. I realized that when I went to Thailand there, I asked the waitress, she gave me some pad thai with the spice separate. And I was like, oh, do you do that for foreigners? And she's like, yeah. We separate the spice for foreigners so they can decide how much. And then I was like, okay, well, I used one of these little things of spice and it was pretty spicy. And she said, usually for Thai citizens who come to that restaurant, they use 3. And I was like, what? Are you kidding me? Like, burn my mouth? And I like hot food, but it's just not the same. It's like not the same level. And I imagine that's probably be the case in India as well. La Gidza with chocolate. What the heck is that? I'm literally being exposed to a new world of soft drinks. This is incredible. With Georgian soft drink. Based on soda and natural syrups, it has been traditionally mixed in a glass from a soda fountain. Oh, yeah. Definitely not something popular at all in South Africa. Yeah, it all tastes the same, sugar water, basically. Yeah, I guess that's true. With chocolate, though, like, what the heck? So it's like a chocolate soda? That sounds so weird. I can't really wrap my head around that. Milk chocolate, I get. But an actual chocolate soda, that's pretty interesting. All right, so we've got 24 votes in. 33% for Ding, 46% for Gukesh, 21% thinking that it's going to be a draw. That amount for a draw has definitely gone up. More people thinking that it's going to be a draw now, and I get that. Considering how things are right now. Korean makgeolli is also great, has alcohol though. I don't know if I ever had that when I was in Korea. The only thing that I had in Korea, I didn't really... I wasn't such a great person when it came to sampling all of the different food. I did that more in Thailand, but not so much in South Korea. I was there for also less time, so... And I was preoccupied because I was cycling. But I don't think I came across this. Makgeolli. Korean alcoholic drink. Milky off-white. Lightly sparkling rice wine. And has slight viscosity and tastes slightly sweet, tangy, bitter, and astringent. Astringency, that's the thing that makes your mouth, like, dry out, if I'm not mistaken. Chalky sediment gives it a cloudy appearance. As a low-proof drink of 6 to 9% alcohol by volume, it is often considered a communal beverage rather than hard liquor. Any justification for saying, you know, it's like socially acceptable. It's not the same as hardtack. Sounds interesting, though. I didn't actually try this when I was in Korea. Still waiting for Gukesh to make a move. 45 moves on the clock. Minutes on the clock. And I should say this. Who was saying, can't Gukesh just burn half an hour? You're starting to get your wish come true, because that seems to be what's playing out. Soju, Shivam Shah says. Let's take a look at that. Clear, colorless, distilled alcoholic beverage. I love how quickly we went, like, from, you know, kid-friendly soda to, like, alcohol. Very, very quickly. I don't mind talking about alcohol. I like alcohol. So no problem. A clear, colorless, distilled alcoholic beverage, traditionally made from rice, but later from other grains, and has a flavor similar to vodka. Wow. It is usually consumed neat. Its alcohol contents vary from 12.5% to 53% alcohol. Whoa. What was that? Very, very high. Is I think a high proof alcohol. Something rum. Straw rum. That is it. Straw rum. That was like the highest straw rum. Basically used almost for like for cleaning. That's how much alcohol was in it. Oh man. I've never drank it, but it's famous in South Korea. You know what's really cool? In South Korea, what I had when I was there is those triangles. They're like, it's like sushi rice with tuna, mayo, and then it's wrapped in that dried seaweed. Sheesh, those things are incredible. I forget what they're called. I need to find the name of that. Korean triangle. What were those called again? Yeah, that's it. Samga gimbap. There we go. Triangle-shaped gimbap is a delicious Korean snack or simple lunch that is fun to make and eat. Yeah, I really, really love it. And I love the way it's packaged. It's in such a satisfying way that there's like a little piece of plastic that you peel. Chef's kiss. So good. Just saw a funny meme where you drink 20% of a bottle of soju, tastes like juice, 60%, I'm not drunk yet, 100%, I'm declaring. Topical. That's good. That's very, very good. I love it. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Yeah, so for those of you uncertain, that's a reference to what prime minister like randomly declaring martial law like a day ago, and the whole country was like, what the heck's going on? It was so funny. Yeah, I like that. That's good. That is very funny. Excuse me. Yeah, I put a limiter on my microphone for outbursts like that so that I don't destroy my streamers or my audience's ears. We have a move, finally. Let's go. Oh, president. Yeah, it was the president, not the prime minister. Thanks for that. Okay, we're about to see Gukesh come up with something. He's probably going to move his queen. He does move his queen all the way back to C1. B1. Now, you know what we would love to see, folks? What would we love to see? The most insane thing that would ever happen in a World Chess Championship if we just casually saw C takes D. C takes D would be a move of calamitous proportions. All right, we're seeing the moves coming in hard and fast. Let's keep an eye on the board. We'll take a look at the analysis board at the end of this little combination and see where the dust settles. All right, we have D takes C supporting the knight. We looked at this line. I don't know if we looked at rook to A6. So Ding very, very quickly playing rook to A6. Back to the board. Where does this leave us in terms of analysis? Still completely equal. Maybe a little bit of an edge with the white pieces, but generally speaking, just totally fine for black. The best move here, queen to B4. Again, a bit of a tricky move. Allowing bishop takes. I guess this is just sort of a way to simplify. Bishop takes C5, queen takes C5 or rook takes C5, doesn't matter. Giving up the knight, and then queen takes B6. And yeah, this just looks like it's heading towards a draw. Is there any way that you can play here? Because it feels like bishop takes C5 is kind of forced. Queen to B4, king to G2. All right, let's play king to G2. And just bishop takes C5 still. Rook takes C5, and then rook takes B6. Rook, which rook? Rook A takes B6. Okay. Queen to D3. Queen to D3. I guess you have to be a little bit careful here because you are threatening to sacrifice your queen with back rank check after the knight comes back to E8. For example, if you played to B2. No, not yet. You can't do that yet. Can't sacrifice your queen. Oh no, because you actually can start off with... Yeah, you can start off with knight to E8, which I missed. And now your queen is hanging. Yeah, so basically nothing here. Unknown Monster says, La Gidza have many types and taste like wine, chocolate, tarragon, and you can add each... And you can add each other if you want cream or even if you want to mix them. Wow, that's very interesting. I feel like I'm going to be a drink connoisseur by the end of the stream. Yeah, I think today's game has probably... I mean, look, both players have played incredibly accurately. We haven't had the same swings that we saw in yesterday's game, which is a bit unfortunate, but it's not quite over yet. It's difficult to imagine how either of these players will be able to play for an advantage. And because of the fact that Ding is incentivized to take a draw with the black pieces, it's very, very likely that regardless of what white does, he will capture the pawn on c5, and then after that pawn is recaptured by whatever piece, then black can take the knight. And once that happens, we've just got a situation where it's difficult to imagine any other outcome other than a draw. So very, very draw heavy at this point. Both are pretty tired now. I think should favor Gukesh. Yeah, I just think there's not really anything to like. Yeah, it's just hard to imagine that there's much to play for here. So I would say we can probably expect both players to accept a draw. Maybe not that long from now. And I think considering tomorrow's a rest day, they're not going to want to go out into this long, insane... Well, maybe they will. Considering that tomorrow is a rest day, they can push it. And knowing that they'll be able to unwind once this game is over. But yeah, it's just zeros at this point. Oh, you mean for the overall match? Yeah, that makes sense. Unknown Monster says, Ding made move in less than 1 minute. Gukesh gonna get worried now. Gonna worry now, which would disturb him. Yeah, that's true. I think Gukesh should be absolutely freaked out every time Ding moves quickly. Just because he's so... I mean, in many ways, it's one of Ding's strengths. Obviously, it's not great when the time gets to the point like it was in Game 3. But generally, it served him. Where we've seen other players making moves kind of instinctively and then realizing, oh, I just actually blundered. Ding tends not to do that. He just keeps everything in control, but as a result, it's just time consuming. All right. Oh, I'm coming back, getting my blood sugar level back up. I've been doing this thing before these streams because they're quite taxing, especially if I'm spending a lot of the time sort of calculating myself and looking at different lines. I've been having a bowl of oats with protein powder and then blueberries and banana. And that, man, that is a deadly combination. Low GI carbs. Carbs get a bad rap. Low GI carbs. That's when we're playing the long game. And protein. Protein powder helps. But if you want to have like a meal, one meal for the whole day, I would strongly recommend that. All right, I can understand why Gukesh is spending as long as he is in this position, because I think most of the lines that he's looking at, he'll realize that they're just drawish. What about queen? Nah, queen to b4. They're all kind of much of a muchness. Let's try h4. Can still just capture. Takes. Rook takes c5. Rook takes b6. Queen to c2. And then queen to a6. Just keeping an eye on the c8 square. Of course, we don't want any tactics around. Rook to c8 with check. And then let's say rook to d... Rook to d4, okay. Yeah, and honestly, it just looks like we arrive at an endgame, regardless of what you do, where you're shuffling pieces around until it's socially acceptable to take a draw. I honestly can't see a scenario where either player continues playing for an advantage in this position. I don't know, maybe I'm not seeing something, but I understand that Gukesh wants to see if there's something. And the one thing that you can't really fault Gukesh for doing is that even in these positions that on face value are very dry, he still does his due diligence, which I think is commendable. It's definitely something that Carlsen would do. It's like making sure that you are doing everything in your power to search for some kind of advantage. But in this game, I think after the knight on b6 and the bishop, the dark square bishop come off the board, we're just heading towards a pretty clear, definitive draw. Oh, Frank? Is that crazy guy? He's like 1,000 elo or something, and he's like super unhinged. Is it that guy? I've watched him. He's so funny. He's hilarious. I love that guy. He's an English guy, I think. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Crazy young British guy. Yeah, he's great. What I love about him is like just overconfidence, right? He's just like, I got this. I'm going to win. I've got this in the bag. And then watching him blunder is just so satisfying. He just has like these meltdowns. Really entertaining. But he actually improved quite a bit. I mean, I remember at one point, like, he was really low ranked. I don't know what he is now. Do you know what his rating is? It was kind of a similar thing with that Tyler guy. What's his name? Tyler 1. Where he started playing chess, like, non-stop. Just was playing, like, 5-6 hours every day. You'll get pretty good. Like, you really will. If that's all you're doing, and you're studying, and you're putting time in, your game is going to improve. There's no doubt about it. The question is, like, it's where the ceiling is. When you first start playing chess, like, there's normally some quick progress that happens, but then when you get to a certain point, you feel like, okay, cool. Like, is this the peak of what I'm capable of? That's it. Yeah, we just play this cheeky move. Oh, man. He's great. Oh, he's still 1,000. Didn't play much lately, apparently. Oh, okay. I'll watch that guy, man. I'll. That's the kind of thing that you want to do. At the end of the day, play a couple of games of chess yourself, and then have a beer, watch that guy completely butcher a couple of games for fun. Very relatable. Well, I can tell you one thing about the clock situation. And that is now move 23. Both players are down to less than 28 minutes. So the advantage that Gukesh had on the clock has completely disappeared. It's almost, I'd say this, it's almost meaningless at this point. Just because of how dry this position is. Now, I could be wrong. I could be completely misreading what's happening, but it seems to me that there's nothing that white can do to stop bishop takes c5 and then capturing this knight. Of course, you can't move the knight because your queen's pinned. This is an incredibly efficient way for Ding to try and stop any counterplay, any future options, just keeping the game super dead and super dry. So credit to him for finding rook to a6. Okay, Unknown Monster says, I have a creative idea in chess. I think people should add Tai Chi lessons too, because it gives lots of benefits for chess. Huh. Tai Chi lessons. Are you talking about, like, isn't that like martial arts, Tai Chi? It's the only Tai Chi I know. Yeah, martial arts, Chinese martial arts. So how do you relate that to chess, out of curiosity? Chess boxing, Ding versus Gukesh, come on. Oh yeah, I mean, that would be pretty epic. Although, I can't imagine Ding doing anything violent, ever. He might be the sweetest human being on earth. Although, you could argue some of his chess games have been quite violent. But in terms of actual violence, that would be a surprise. Yeah, so if you are looking at the clock and thinking, oh my goodness, there's going to be a situation where we flag, they've still got 16 moves left. It's very possible that we're going to see a draw before then. So I wouldn't, or 17 moves actually. For Gukesh, including this one. So yeah, I wouldn't read too much into the time situation. I don't think it's going to have a huge impact on the game. A lot of the moves that will follow will probably be played quite quickly. It was kind of like at the end of yesterday's game. After they got to time control, it was insane. There was just like maybe a 5-6 move combination, and then the game was a draw. Happened really, really suddenly. And I think we might see something similar today. It is a dead draw now. Agreed. I think Membrane Potential, that could be quite a fun one, is to do some commentary on those games by Frank. And just hang out and watch him play. Man, he's a riot. I really enjoy him. And he has quite a significant audience as well. Tai Chi is an ancient Chinese martial arts, initially developed from combat and self-defense. It has evolved into a sport and form of exercise. Tai Chi is a gentle, low-impact form of exercise in which practitioners perform a series of deliberate flowing motions while focusing on deep, slow breaths. Ah, okay. So is this the non-contact martial art type thing? Tai Chi is kind of less about hitting someone and more about poses, meditation and motion. Interesting. Many forms of Tai Chi are practiced, both traditional and modern. While the precise origins are not known, the earliest documented practice is from Chen Village in Henan, which is located a few hundred miles from the Shaolin Monastery on Song Mountain. Very cool. What was the one that I was doing? It wasn't Tai Chi, it was like, what was it? Yeah, it was something similar. Let me ask ChatGPT. While Gukesh is still thinking. Muay Thai sounds familiar. Yeah, that's one of my friends actually does that. I think it was Qigong. That was the one that I was exploring. Not really, like, I didn't get much into it. It was just a couple of the exercises. Qigong, I think that's what it was called. They're like breathing exercises, some movements, and I found them quite beneficial. I mean, we live in a society where we're like I am chief amongst the offenders right now, but we live in a society where you spend so much time in front of your computer. It's very, very easy to lose touch with your body. Not to sound too esoteric, but I think it's true. Being able to be aware of important things like sleep cycles, nutrition, breathing, mindfulness, meditation. All right, are we going to see a move? I think we have a move, finally. All right, Gukesh has played Queen to B5 on the board. Queen to B5? See what the analysis says about that. Not too much. And the problem with Queen to B5, of course, is you can still just capture on C5. How does that work? If you take much sort of more forcing line, you simply take with the queen, just capture back, and now black can just take with the queen. No problems. It's important to note that you can't take with the rook. Why is that? Because of rook to A1. Just pretty devastating. And it appears that the queen is trapped, which is absolutely ridiculous. Look at this position. Take a look at this. So just to illustrate this, let me start this line and then I'll show you guys. So here's the position as it stands. Ding can just kind of liquidate the position by capturing the pawn with the bishop. You just take back with the queen or the rook. And now it's very important that the queen takes on b6. If you take with a rook, you walk into the tragedy that is rook to a1. And guess where this queen can go? Not here, 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 or here. Not here, not here, not here, not here. And it's trapped. And you just give up. There's not even back rank to worry about. So the only trick here is just to know, okay, I have to take with the queen. And then there is actually queen to c8 check. Is that right? But now you can play knight to e8. So you don't have to take first. There's nothing forcing at all. So this is probably the most direct path for Ding to get to a draw. Just capturing on c5, exchanging the dark square bishop for the knight on b6. So yeah, I think probably what Deng is doing now is just double checking, just making sure that his calculations are correct. It's always good to double check and take a bit of extra time, especially when there are some back rank things to pay attention to. All right, we have exactly what we expected on the board. A couple of quick moves. Bishop takes, queen takes, and now we should see queen takes the knight very, very quickly. Ooh, a brilliancy to draw. Oh yeah, both players get a brilliancy.
Brilliant!
And I guess I should give Gukesh a brilliancy as well.
Brilliant!
Wonderful. All right, let's get the analysis board up to date. So we had exactly what we expected. Bishop takes as a brilliancy. Probably the easiest brilliancy to spot. And now with white to move, what do? You can just trade off if you want. And that's exactly what we see. It's just an exchange. Just like really no reason for the players to continue on. All right. I think we're going to see a handshake very soon. Oh, wait, hold on. They can't agree to a draw. Is that right? That's right. They can't agree to a draw until they reach 40 moves. So, I mean, what's the easiest way to do this? Just repeat the position. That's not what's happening. They're just playing very, very low risk moves to get to move 40 so that they can wrap this up. That would be my guess. All right. Gonna see some more quick moves, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so Gukesh just moves back with his king. No problems. Defending the e1 pawn, which is under fire. And I think maybe we get a threefold repetition here. They are only on move 30, so they can't quite accept a draw yet. They're gonna have to get to move 40 to accept a draw. But I guess, I mean, what happens if what happens if Black's king starts marching down the board? Then what? Yeah, it's very, very difficult to see any concerns for either player. Especially with the pawn structures and the pawns being distributed the way they are, where it's just like 4 on 4. If maybe there was a pass pawn on the other side, or if it was like a 3 versus 2 advantage and then something similar on the other side of the board, maybe there would be something to fight for. But right now, it's just very, very difficult to see this ending in a win for either player. Okay, so Gukesh plays rook to a1. Rook to a1, and then we have rook to c2. Attacking the bishop. Bishop to f3 is fine. Just bring the bishop back. Bishop to f3 is a really reasonable move. Okay, instead he plays bishop to b5. Guess they kind of do a similar thing. Maybe the bishop is actually better placed on d3 than on f3 because of the fact that there's the potential for this pawn push on g4. So Ding just avoiding any complications around that and just saying, okay, I can put the bishop on b5 and then bring it back to d3. Keeping an eye on the e2 pawn, centralizing my bishop. And I mean, I wonder for black, can you even play something like e5, e4? If, for example, the bishop does, I mean, probably not. Like, you just move back with your bishop. Bishop doesn't need to stay on d3. Also, maybe bishop to d3, rook to a5 for white. Could be an idea. To c5, bishop to d3, knight to d7. King to e1. Rook to d5. King to d2. Knight to e5. King to d2. Sorry, king to d1, king to d2. f5. To a7 check. King to f6. c3, yeah. At some point it just feels like you're shuffling your pieces around, waiting for the inevitable. All right, so we have this on the board. Bishop is on d3. And now the best move is just to play knight to d7. Knight to d7 allowing f5 as an option for black. Got these pawns, they need to be pushed. But obviously the fact that white has 4 pawns that inevitably are just going to get traded off at some point. I think the moment that the players reach move 40, they'll probably just shake hands. Although I guess, like, I mean, technically if they really both wanted to draw, they would probably just repeat the position. But it's hard to imagine that either of them really think that there's anything to play for here. So just 6 moves away from reaching that move 40 mark. They are on move 34 now. Ding has 18 minutes to play those remaining 6 moves, and Gukesh has 16 minutes to play those remaining 6 moves. Close to the 4-hour mark in today's stream. It's been a lot of fun. Not quite the drama that we had hoped for today, but still an interesting game nonetheless. All right, Ding. Deciding what to do. We have 98.8% accuracy from white and 99.0% accuracy from black. So it has been an incredibly high level game. And as is often the case when you have a game played at this level and both players are playing so accurately, there's really not much to pick between the two of them. All right, rook to a4 is a move here. Just kind of keeping an eye on the 4th rank and making sure that if you do get these pawns moving forward, that they are going to be eyeballed by the rook on a4. So king to g2 is fine. With the bishop on d3, any of the threats of black's rook infiltrating the 2nd rank and putting pressure on the e2 pawn like we saw earlier, it's not possible. So yeah, I think actually rook to e4 makes a lot of sense. Rook to e4, king to g2, and then just wait, basically. Karen OP says, I dozed off, knew it was going to be a draw. Yeah. This was definitely destined to be a draw. Especially after we got to the situation where there was this forced exchange from Ding by capturing the pawn on c5. This really just created a situation where everything is pretty chilled. Okay, we have f4 here. We saw Ding play f4 yesterday. Remember, we had c4, the English opening, and then later f4, the vampire variation, which I affectionately named myself. And f4 also being played in today's game, but obviously much later. And here you can just capture. Takes, knight to f6, king to f2, knight to d5, king to g3, and rook to c3. To a7, preventing kind of pawn breaks. All right, we do have this exchange in the center. We also have rook to c3 on the board, which was kind of expected, but a little earlier than expected, I guess. All right, we are seeing the players steamrolling towards the 40 move mark. King to f2, still a good move. And then maybe rook to a7. Guess you could start off with rook to a7. Let's try rook to a7 first. Knight to c5. Then bishop to b5. Knight to e4. To d3. To c5. Yeah. This actually would be a good place to accept a draw. All right. Well, I think what we can do to wrap up today's stream, we'll obviously keep an eye on what's going on the board, but we're expecting this to result in a draw. Oh, wait, we do have a couple of moves, so let's just keep an eye on things. All right, Gukesh about to make a move with the white pieces. He does indeed choose to step forward with his king to f2. Have the knight coming. I think there was knight to c5 on the board. Expecting. Oh, wow. He's actually played queen to e3, but now we're just going to exchange. E takes c. Sorry, e takes d. And then just a handful of moves, or just one move away from move 40, at which point they can accept a draw if they choose to. No real reason for Ding to spend too much time thinking here. Can just play rook to c2. Basically put the rook on any square that doesn't get captured is fine. Doesn't really matter where it goes. Then maybe rook to g1 check. And after the 40 move mark, I think we're just going to see the players shake hands. So what move is this? This is move 39. Okay, so white has just played move 39. Shivam Shah says, even I can draw this game against them with so much time. Yeah, I mean, I think you'd have to screw up pretty profoundly to lose this. Although, I mean, you know, these grandmasters, it's quite easy to even underestimate them in these kinds of positions against amateurs. So, but yeah, it definitely feels like both of these players know what the outcome is going to be. But just making sure that their I's are dotted and their T's are crossed. I guess the funny thing is that, like, considering the fact that they could have maybe had a draw by threefold repetition, it stands to reason that they might continue playing for a little bit once they've gotten past move 40. Maybe not too much, but yeah. Membrane Potential says, I couldn't hold this position against Stockfish, but okay. I'm so curious. I'm going to try and see if I can set this position up and play it out against Stockfish. That would be quite fun. Let me save it. What I'll do is I will take a screenshot and I'll set this up with, I mean, which side do you want to hold? That's the question. I guess it doesn't matter. All right, try and play this out from white against Stockfish. And we can report back on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Remember, tomorrow is a rest day. So no chess, sadly, to be played on Friday. And then we have Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So that'll be what? Today's day 9, 10, 11, 12. Rest day. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday is going to be a rest day. Wednesday, Thursday are going to be the remaining 2 days. And then Friday is for tie breaks next week. So that's a little bit of a summary of what we're expecting for the days that remain. Of course, it's possible that somebody wins. And if we do have a situation where, for example, Gukesh or Deng win one of the games over the weekend, then it's possible that we're not going to need the remaining days. The thing is, Stockfish will play every king and rook move until it is drawn. Yeah, that's true. Oh, I guess that's part of the problem is that you're not going to really get Stockfish to accept a draw. Yeah. Let me try to give you my FEN by hand just for fun. Is that let me just check something. All right, we got it. Okay, cannot load position because it's invalid. Every position must have a king of each color. Ah, you accidentally made one of the kings. There are 3 kings on the board. This is very disturbing. In what you just gave to me. I don't know how to play chess with 2 kings. All right, we're seeing some action on the board. Let's take a look. Okay, I think it's Ding with the black pieces. He's played rook to c2. The last K is an R. Got it. All right, let's fix that. All right. There we go. All set. All right, so we turn off the analysis and we make a move. Oh, but now it's white to move though. I guess it kind of doesn't matter, to be honest. Just throwing a check. How do I play this against the engine? Do I just say, here. New analysis, flipboard, add game. Game review. I can't play it against the engine. Come on. That's lame. Why is it not giving me that option? I guess I can just not look and then king to h6. Play whatever the engine says. c1. h1. Yeah, it's not. I mean, I think it's possible probably to blunder this, like, if you're really just playing recklessly and not thinking, but I think part of the problem is the fact that, like, at what point do you deem that your play is sufficient? Because you could technically just be playing for a very long time and not exchanging pawns. And does Stockfish just play infinitely? Or do you have to get to like a 50 move rule? I guess that's what you're aiming for, right? So you're aiming for the 50 move rule, and then that will be your draw. Okay, so Gukesh plays king to f3. I mean, how insane would it be? How insane would it be for one of these guys to blunder something massive? Stockfish doesn't repeat thrice if it can avoid it. Got it. So it'll just carry on playing. And then basically the way you would draw is to get to a point where it's not comfortable exchanging pawns anymore. Or either you initiate an exchange of pawns, and then it's like, what, rook versus rook, and you defend for 50 moves. Yeah, 50 move rule. Yeah, you can see the players are tired now. I mean, it's been a very, very long event so far. And I think they're going to enjoy that rest day tomorrow. So Ding is on his 40th move right now. Once he plays whatever follow-up he goes with the black pieces, he will receive an additional 30 minutes and a 30-second increment. Yeah, I think they should repeat you. First, they're going to take some free food from the resting area. That's hilarious. What's quite funny, it looks like even the players are sort of bored of the position on the board, that they're like, okay, cool, we're done. Let's leave. Even though the game's still going. They might even be having like a full-on conversation in that area. Just having snacks. Just having a conversation. How much longer do you want to play this game? Do you think this is going to be a draw? That would be hilarious if they just had an honest conversation with each other there. We're going to end the poll. We had 28 votes so far, and only 25% of you figured it would be a draw. I was thinking earlier, if you actually had to put money on it, you would probably just say a draw every game, because it's a higher chance of a draw, I mean, so far, than anything else. All right, Gukesh is back. And Ding has also reached 40 moves, so both players now have 38 moves and 37 moves for Gukesh and Ding respectively. Gukesh weighing up his options. Obviously his pawn's under fire. I mean, what can he actually do here? I guess just move back with your king. But he doesn't. Instead he plays rook to a3. Wanting this game to continue. And Ding now replies quite quickly, actually, it should be noted. Stepping forward with his king. King to g6. Poly market went up a bit, favoring Ding. Yeah. Well, if this ends up in a... I mean, out of all of the games, if this ends up in a decisive result, I would be pretty shocked. Yeah, it says 44% for Ding. I think the one downside, like if I had to say anything critical about this endgame, it's the pawn structure is a little irritating for white. Or more white games for Ding, that's why. Oh, yeah, that must be it. That must be it. I don't think there's any... Yeah. There's any serious advantage to be had in this. I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of confused why the players are still playing. But that must be it, yeah. So, of course, because we're now... What? Today's move 9. Game 9, sorry. And Gukesh has burned another one of his opportunities with the white pieces, so they're expecting this is going to be a draw. And Ding, of course, has more white games left, which means more opportunities to win with the white pieces. Yeah, that makes sense. Stands to reason. Yeah, I was going to say the only thing that I would look at in this position and just say, okay, well, it's a bit of a consideration is that white has kind of 3 pawn islands, but once black gets these pawns moving, it's not really going to matter. I mean, the only way you win is if you can somehow remove one of these pawns, say if you're playing with the black pieces, and get a passer. And I just don't see that happening. Okay, so Gukesh follows up with rook to b3 after king to g6. Rook to h2, but then the king just moves across to g3. Rook back to d2. King just moves back. Yeah, nothing's really happening. I'll be back in a sec. I'd love to hear what the other commentators are saying about this position. I just don't get it. I don't understand why they're playing on. It could just be, look, that they kind of feel obligated to keep at it. I also feel like there's this thing about Magnus, right, where he continues to play in positions where most people would just kind of say they've had enough. I mean, I wonder if Magnus would have continued playing in this position or would have just accepted, yeah, this is going to be a draw. Okay, f6 on the board from Ding. Trying to make some progress. Oh lord, he pushing. f6, rook to c3, rook to a3. You can say, fine, push your pawns. Do whatever you're going to do, but like, this isn't going to go anywhere. Rook to h2, we just move across. Rook to h1. To h1? Oh, there is... Nah. No, there's nothing here. Okay, so rook to a6. To g1 check. King to f2. Rook to d1, and we just move across. And yeah, basically we're just shuffling our king around. Only problem is here, what about now? Oh, I guess you're giving up the e6 pawn. Okay, but now if you go... But if you first say go back, then you're just going to play rook to a7. Can't play this. To e4. You can't take. You definitely can't take now. So that doesn't work. So you just move forward. King takes h3, and now you can capture. It's a fortress. I mean, I think this is kind of an interesting line that I'm looking at now. Jan Alexandrovich Nepomniachtchi. One of the hundreds of ways to pronounce his name. So this line that I'm looking at now, it's kind of interesting. King to e4, rook takes, and now we both have passes. Rook to h1, rook to d6, rook to e1 check, king to f3, f1 check. But yeah, you just keep checking and wait for something to happen. You actually throw this in. That's fun. Kind of another way to simplify. And king to g5. All roads lead to Rome, it would seem. Yeah. And draw. Throwing a check. f5, rook to f5. Everything else loses on the spot. To d8. 1 to d6. Man, there are fruit flies all over the place. I think they must have been drawn to my Fanta. Just irritating. All right, the king steps forward to f5. Well, that's interesting. All right, we have a check. Rook to a5 check. King's gonna go back to g6, and then Membrane Potential says, excuse my ignorance, does Cape Town have a tropical climate? No, not really. I don't know what the exact classification is, but we have wet winters and mostly dry, sunny summers. Okay, now we have an exchange of pawns. Did he play e5 very quickly? Yeah. All right, we're starting to see something happen. Both players getting slightly closer to a draw. Yeah, the humidity isn't like, it's not very tropical, I don't think. But Durban is more of sort of a, I guess it's like subtropical. But if that is in reference to the fruit fly situation, they're not like normal, I guess. But for some reason there are a couple of that are roaming around my house today. Yeah, so I think the thing is that all right, I think we're going to see a draw now. Let's just keep an eye on the players' decisions now. All right, so basically Gukesh has played and said, okay, you can have that pass pawn, but you're not going to be able to make any progress with that pass pawn because it's one of the wing pawns, which are not hugely useful in an endgame. No idea why. Like, can they not just shake hands? All right, now we'll see it. Are they playing like all the way to the end? This is incredible. All right, Ding moves back and we get the final 2 kings on the board to wrap this one up, which yields an automatic draw. There we have it. It was an incredibly accurate game. If we take a look at the moves, the final scorecard in terms of accuracy, extremely high. 99.2% accuracy for white, 99.3% accuracy for black. What an incredible game. Very accurate. Not as exciting as we had hoped for, but we have to give credit where credit's due. Both players really coming to the party in terms of just accurate play. Both players were looking for something exciting out of the middle game, but eventually things fizzled, and that was probably around 31, move 30. No, it was actually before that. It was here. As soon as Ding captured this pawn on c5, basically it was just spelling the end of both sides' opportunities to gain an advantage. Traded off, and then there was a bunch of hanging around for no reason in particular. But clearly both players wanted to make sure that the draw was as legit as possible. Thanks, Membrane Potential. Nice to see you as well. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. And a reminder that tomorrow is a rest day, but I will be streaming on Saturday. So I'm looking forward to that. I will see you guys then. Have a good one. I did also forget, I should mention, to do the quiz today, so I apologize for that, but I will definitely remember to do it on Saturday. That would be cool. All right, thanks everyone for watching. Great to see you guys. Have a good one, and I'll see you guys all soon. Bye everyone.